the typical. Last time on Icewind, Rime, and the Frostmaiden, the party found themselves coming back to spending a night at the Wyrmdoom Crag with the Goliaths over there, where almost immediately upon returning to, action, the happy Goliaths that had been dancing with with Leif, had invited him to some sort of what seemed to be a friendly challenge of some sort in another part of the cave. Um, they led him to what seemed to be a hole in the floor, and asked if he would like to crawl through it. Wondering what was going on, Mace, Pluzak, and Mallow all followed along and watched as Leif did agree to trying to crawl through this hole. And after a few minutes of heading down into this cavern, this little space, he emerged out of another hole on the other side of the room. The Goliaths all cheered and basically told him that he was now an honorary member of the clan, that he had passed what was essentially a initiation test for young Goliaths turning into adult Goliaths. Um, Seeing this, Mace and Mallow both said, "Oh, it looks kind of cool. I think we want to try that." And Pluzak said, "Oh my God, everyone is joining a cult." But instead of actually stopping any of you, he just watched as Mace tried to climb through the hole. Um, Mace did manage to make it quite a fair ways, and actually overcame quite a psychological burden that he found among the isolation down in the rock, and but still found himself limited physically in his attempt to pass through the hole due to his large stature, due to his armor. So he crawled out back, the way he had come, and the Goliaths were all kind of confused and said, usually once people overcome the mental part, they make it through. And Mace was like, yeah, armor. I'm going to take this off and try it again. And he went over and sat down, started taking his armor off, and Pluzak kind of came over and helped him and was like, "You really gonna just waste a whole bunch of time to join a cult?" And Mace was like, "Yeah, but they might have cookies." So he proceeded to take his armor off and tried the hole again. However, in the interim hour that it took for him to take that armor off, Mallow had taken his turn at the hole. He did go down and make his way close to the bottom. However, before he could utilize a smart plan to warp his way back up the other side and make sure that he wasn't going to be physically stuck in any way, he happened to succumb to the fears of the darkness, as the darkness had always held just a constant threat, a constant worry of basically, his father to him. This fear overcame his mind and eventually caused him to actually fall unconscious. He was rescued by the Goliaths and kind of left next to Mason and Pluzak for a bit while they continued to take the armor off. And then eventually, Mace took that second try. And this time, down underneath the rock, he found himself once again challenged with this psychological burden, this fear of isolation. But he overcame it with relative ease this time, and he struggled once again to make his way through this tight crevice of rock, and just barely squeaked by, squeezing through and making it out the other side, to another uproar of cheers from the Goliaths as he too was inducted into the Wyrmdoom clan by the way of the rock. With this having been done, Mace kind of had a bit of a personal realization, and even among the cheers was kind of a little more somber at the moment, and asked, instead of partying, to perhaps paint himself with, or speak to the chieftain about painting himself with, or utilizing the symbols of this Wyrmdoom clan. And the Goliaths there were like, sure, whatever. And they pointed him back in the way of the chieftain, and kind of a couple of them came with Mace to see what was going on, because this was the first time that someone had kind of done this. Meanwhile, Leif just continued to party as he does. Although I believe he did follow along to also listen in, where we heard Mace kind of admitting to his realization to the chieftain of the Wyrmdoom clan, who basically said to you guys, or at least specifically to Mace, that he had understood the trial, something that not necessarily everyone does. And as someone who has understood the trial, who truly faced it the correct way, it is not her choice to whether or not he can wear the sigils, he has earned that right. That is something that has been granted to him by the will of the world, as it were. So he is more than welcome to wear those symbols, she says, and when he asks, okay, how does put on armor? Got a fire? She said, yeah, there's a forge back the other way, and he kind of facepalmed because you guys had walked past it on your way in. So Mace headed to the forge, and Leif, seeing that the interesting stuff was done, kind of went off to figure out where Kara had disappeared to, leaving Mallow, who basically, or no, I'm sorry, not Mallow, leaving Pluzak kind of alone, who, after kind of Mace's whole thing, had taken Mace's armor and deposited it at some of the beds that they had offered you guys to use, and watched as Mallow had been dragged back from the hole to another bed across the room, and he kind of smiled to himself in joy at Mallow's misfortune. Leif, actually, on his way past Mallow's corpse, did stop, give him a medicine check to make sure that he was not actually dead, despite the way it looked, and managed to help Mallow kind of regain a bit of consciousness, ultimately allowing him to awaken much sooner than he might have otherwise. He then proceeded out to find Kara, that's right. Kara and Leif then kind of had a mock duel, with Leif coming out on top, but not by much, and having utilized much more of his kit, we'll say. Kara went at it much more basic, trying to limit herself, we'll say, for practice sake. And Mace, meanwhile, did manage to get his armor engraved with the symbols of the Wyrmdoom Craig. On the inside of his armor, of course, because he wished this to be something for himself. That's what he wanted it to be, not necessarily for the world. With that, the party took a long rest at the Wyrmdoom Craig's, in the Wyrmdoom Craig, I should say, with the Goliaths there, and they set off the next morning. Mallow having awoken and asked to train with the Goliaths, so he headed off and played some goat ball while everybody else kind of did their own thing, got themselves ready. Kara scoped out the weather and said, oh, okay, I don't see any blizzards on the horizon. This looks like it'll be a good day for travel. And then with everybody kind of raring to go, much more rested than usual, having been in a safe place and, all warmed up in the morning and just very adequately able to have taken care of yourselves for a night, which has been rare out in these wilderness parts that you've been in the last couple days. So you headed off and made it most of the way to the Skytower without too much issue, when Kara said, okay, we're about an hour away. How about we settle down here? We'll rest for the night, since it took most of the day to travel. And we'll go there in the morning, rested, ready, and hopefully not, intruding on them at nighttime when it might be rude, since we don't know these people like we did the Wyrmdoom. And the party agreed, and so you guys rested. Most of the night seemed relatively uneventful, until right near the end of the watch, Kara heard some sort of a strange noise in the distance that sounded like fighting. She flew off to see what was happening, stopping Leif from going to sleep, having just transitioned from, I believe, his watch to hers, and just saying, hold on a sec, just so I can check this out, just in case I need you to wake everybody and we need to go do something. So he waited behind while she flew off, and she did indeed find a pack of Goliaths that she determined to be Wyrmdoom Goliaths, being beset by two pretty large bird creatures with what looked to be antlers on their heads. So she flew back quickly, warned Leif, asked him to get everyone up, like she had said, and then flew back off to help the Goliaths. Leif followed the instructions and then followed after Kara with the whole party, and they basically came upon a scene of Kara already in the air, grappling with these, physically battling, I should say, not necessarily the actual action grappling, with these birds, while the Goliaths below were bloodied and beset by the other. And you guys kind of rushed in and managed to kill both of the creatures before any of the Goliaths were killed themselves, which was fantastic. Then after landing on the ground and the party kind of came and approached the Goliaths, you all realized that one of them was actually the one that you had rescued in the fortress, the Sunblight Fortress, and offered healing to him and his party, and offered to take them back to your camp for the night so that they could be safe and also set off in the morning and go back to, the Wyrmdoom Craig. They agreed. They followed you back to camp, and basically there was a small conversation on the way about what those creatures were, and no one really got an answer, but they believed, or at least you heard word from one of the Goliaths that they believed that they were attacked because those things might have been in mating season, which was just kind of an interesting point. I don't know if anyone noticed. And then with that, you guys parted ways, and the party headed off to the wow, I almost said Sunblight.
Skytower?
No, yeah, Skytower. I almost said Sunblight because of the fortress earlier. But yes, the Sunblight, or sorry, I'm doing it again. The Skytower shelter. At the Skytower shelter, you guys found a massive gate barring the way and a pack of griffins flying above, kind of screeching and warning the people of the shelter of your arrival. And you were stopped out on the bridge that the wall was kind of cutting off by a very demanding voice who you came to learn was the leader of this group. He basically told you all to fuck right off, but for the most part, you managed to kind of sweet talk your way in, we'll say. Mace was pretty forward about what they were there for, and then ultimately Kara stepped up and filled in some gaps in the persuasion, we'll say, and you guys at least convinced them to allow you into the shelter to rest there since you had just traveled such a long way. And even though they were kind of brusque and, definitely held you at arm's length, you managed to convince them and you got your way in. On your way in, you didn't see too much of the shelter, but you did come across what looked like a kitchen, very similar to the one in the Wyrmdoom, Craig, where there was a group of Goliaths surrounding two other Goliaths who were holding rocks out. And once they saw you, the two in the middle dropped these stones. But for the most part, you guys managed to kind of get them to admit to what they were doing and actually invite you in to try. Once again, Leif, I believe, took the first round of trying. And he went up against a Goliath in this little game of holding the rocks out until your arms get tired. And sadly, he was not able to overcome the Goliath. But he did at least seem to earn some respect from the people in the ring. And he invited Mace to come in and try, who did also step forward. And he first tried to be creative, putting his hands against the walls and holding the stones that way so that it was almost impossible to fail. But he was ridiculed pretty readily by the others, by the Goliaths, and eventually, did not do that and played the game fairly. And with that, he also ended up losing to the Goliath. But once again, it seemed like the Goliaths now were kind of interested in you guys at least. You had partaken in the challenge, so you weren't necessarily as evil as other outsiders might have seemed in their eyes. With that, for the most part, you were led into this other room where we kind of said that the party started to, set their gear down and, act like they were kind of going to be settling in here. No time has really passed since the end of last session, but I just set you guys up in beds that you guys can now, take as your spots. The two Goliaths that were set there to watch the treasure by the leader of this clan watch over you with a pretty hawkful gaze. They're like any move you act or any action you take, any move you do, their eyes are following you. And you would know that the party in the other room was kind of disbanded, and the chief and most of the guards did leave, but there are a couple left making some food in the other room. So you're kind of still not necessarily surrounded, but you feel like there's a watchful eye upon you. And with that, that's where you find yourselves. Kara, I will not necessarily warn you. The dog sled is still outside, like a distance away. I don't know if you want to talk to the chieftain or something about just bringing them in. It's your call what you want to do with them, but no time has really passed, but I figured nothing was mentioned about them, so you might want to do something
Yeah, I
about
didn't think we have really time for that, but yeah, that would be a concern.
So if you want to, the best way to do it is like everything at this point is just going to be RP. You guys got to work with these Goliaths. I just figured I would mention it from terms of it wasn't really something we approached in the end of last session, and figured we should bring it up just so it's fair.
Yeah.
The dogs, we don't find the dogs dead by nature of just neglect.
I mean, I wouldn't let that happen anyway.
Right.
But
Yeah.
do you need me to actually talk to the chief for that, or are we just?
I would prefer if you go through the full actions, the full steps of and then Kara can go off and do that. Maybe he'll send Goliaths with you. It depends on how you convince him.
All right. Which one? Which one did he end up being?
He has a blue dot over him. He is currently not here.
Okay. Are they all just kind of staring at us, or is there any?
The two in the north of this room are most certainly paying.
I know
more
they're guarding the
attention to
money.
you. They're paying more attention to you than the others in the other room. But it's more like there's definitely a sense to all of you that these Goliaths are they've been not necessarily told to keep an eye on you, but they're pretty uh, well known to, or well
Wary.
prepared to be wary of you. Yeah.
So Kara would walk up to one of the ones over here by this fire pit and just, pardon the interruption. Would I be able to speak to your chief about something?
That depends. We
Oh,
can
God.
go talk to him for you if it is something simple, but I'm not sure that you are allowed out of the chamber currently.
That's fine if you can take care of it. It makes no difference to me. We came with sled dogs and we left them a ways away from the camp when we approached. I would like to maybe bring them in so that I can take care of them a bit better. I don't want to just leave them out there in the wilderness.
So when you first started talking about sled dogs, his eyes actually seemed to narrow, almost as if he was kind of aghast at the concept. But as you're asking to bring them in
They
and
ride
take care of
giant
them,
eagles.
as she's asking to bring them in and care for them specifically, she notices that gaze kind of shifts. He nods his head very slightly, and he simply just turns and walks off towards what is essentially like a hole in the. It looks like so. You guys are on there's a raised platform, or at least when you look to the north of the cave over this way where he has moved. You can tell that it drops off is probably a better way to put it, and there seems to be some sort of hole going down, and he scampers into that hole and then disappears off, where you cannot no longer see him.
Kara will just wait.
Perfect. Anyone else like to do anything?
Was it nighttime?
It is actually morning. So you guys waited through the night and then came here in the morning. I can tell you at what time. So it's about 10:30 in the morning, roughly.
Probably just go find some food or something.
All right.
Because
You can definitely smell meat cooking very close. Your nose would easily lead you to that kind of trough in the other room that has now 3 Goliaths around it, where Kara is waiting.
okay, I'm just gonna go eat while Kara deals with the dogs and all that.
So Mala will go over into the kitchen. Anyone else? What are you thinking? Join him for food. Ask to look around. Dive into the treasure.
Oh yeah, food's gotta happen.
Absolutely. Okay, so maybe you follow Mallow over. You guys can see what's going on for food. Mace, what are you thinking?
I think. I mean, I guess I'd like to take a look around as far as they'll let me, anyways.
Alright.
Just in terms of exploring the territory.
Okay. Yeah. So much like Kara, I'm gonna ask that you just choose a Goliath, go chat with them, and figure out what it is, or explain to them what it is that you are looking to do.
I'm sorry, say that last bit again.
I said much like Kara, I'm gonna make every one of you just interact with the Goliaths. This is, you gotta, I guess I should be a little more upfront. The last group, the Wyrmdoom was kind to you because they knew you, they had a reason to be. These guys don't
Yeah.
know you, so you've got to start. They're just not really gonna deal with you. They have no reason to. The only thing they've agreed
Right.
to is letting you rest. So if you really want to have stuff happen here, you've got to interact with them and make it happen. They're not going to be as open as your group. So
Right, gotcha.
Yeah.
Well, actually, out of your curiosity, I guess I'd ask really any of the Goliaths anyone that I can find. Do you happen to have found or met maybe a kind of bird person about this tall, about like a tan color?
do you mean like a tiny griffin?
Yes, but like with 2 legs.
Was it the griffin mutilated by those Wyrmdoom fuckers?
No, it was more like I said, a bird person.
He just
It's
kinda,
like how a
he,
griffin
he
is like
scratches his
lion
head
and
and he
eagle.
goes, "You mean like a griffin?"
Well, no, a griffin is more like a cross between a lion and an eagle. This is more like an eagle and a person.
Do you know someone who fucked a griffin?
Do you?
No, it is horrible sin here. I am not sure what it is you are speaking of, but it sounds horrifying.
Well, figured it was worth a shot. We found someone that matches the description.
Did you kill it? It sounds like it deserves to die for being frightening.
Rude.
Well, no, we did not kill it. It was in pain, so we helped it. That's kind of what we do. We're not degenerates. Well, not all of us, anyways.
Rude.
Does Mallow say that out loud?
Yes.
Because you are near him, you could hear when you
Oh,
say
oh,
that,
yeah.
all of the Goliaths just look at you. So avoid that one. Understood.
I use a minor illusion. Well, I'm eating like out of a bowl, I'm guessing, or something.
So
I
they're actually cooking meat over the fire, so you'd basically be able to just grab like a shank of some sort of meat without
Okay.
asking. You wouldn't necessarily know what it is, but
Okay,
He literally shanks the meat to give it.
I just stab it with a stabby boy and start eating it, and then I use minor illusion to.
so the
have
only
6...
stabby boys that you have them were like darts, right? So you take a dart out and
I
just
got
like stab
I
it with
think I
that.
have a dagger.
If you do, then that's fine. As far as I'm
I
aware,
use- yeah, I got-
the only
I got-
stabby thing
I
that
got
you've
2
like
daggers.
used is like a
He's
dart.
taking
so.
a pair of chopsticks and
Yeah,
he's
well, but
scoring
it's
this
like
particular
white person
piece of meat.
chopsticks, where he has one in each hand, and he just like stabs through the meat and just starts eating it that way.
I take a.
Oh,
take,
white person chopsticks?
Yeah, absolutely. You can't hold them in one hand. You gotta hold them in two. And
I thought you were talking about like the little things that you put on chopsticks to make them like
those
pincers.
those are pretty cool. Honestly, just the fact that those exist are like interesting to me. But no, I just meant how white people who don't know how to use
Yeah,
chopsticks
they
use
just stab
chopsticks.
things.
Yeah, one in each hand, and you're like, what?
No, I grab 2. I take out 2 of my daggers and just stab both ends and start eating it like corn on the cob. And then I use minor illusion to cast 6 arms behind me that all give Mace the middle finger.
The Goliaths all kind of
That's
chuckle
fine.
at this.
So I heard mention of this third clan that we have not yet met. Who are they exactly, and why are they so important?
Clan Ruslan. Oh, I mean, you say important. It's not like they hold importance to us, but... And, like, the whole group kind of... Just this demeanor comes across them as he goes, You do not fuck with Clan Ruslan.
I do.
Nobody fucks with Clan Ruslan. Like, very serious stare at you as he says this.
I see. Are they more powerful in their forces, their military? Do they just have some kind of artifacts? What's making them so important? Or powerful, I guess.
So the three of them kind of exchange a glance, and it's actually about this point that the fourth returns, climbs up out of the hole, Kara. And so he approaches the party, and before he gives you an answer, he kind of sees the demeanor in the room, and he says, or not necessarily says, but he looks at the others and he's kind of got a quizzical gaze, and he asks them before saying anything to you, What has happened? And the other one's like, They have asked about Clan Ruslan. Are we allowed to speak on this topic? And the other one just taps his chin, looks at you guys, and he remembers that the chieftain had spoken about Clan Ruslan, and he just nods slowly. And then he goes over to you, Kara, and he simply says, The chieftain would wish to talk to you. And he
Oh.
simply turns around and starts walking back towards the hole, and he will lead you away that way.
I'll be back.
Okay, so for the sake of...
I can't see any further than
I'm
that.
aware,
So.
that's what I was about to say. For the sake of letting you go there, let me just start mass clearing a couple of spaces. Realistically, Kara's the only one that will know this layout, but I don't think that's too much of an issue. Okay.
Violence.
So he just continues to lead you up through this cave, and as you pass through here, let me inform you what you would see.
Okie dokie.
In the center of this 12-foot-high cave stands an 8-foot-tall stone inscribed with runes. Behind it, a 5-foot diameter chute is carved with footholds that ascend to another cavern. And you would just see that, in general, it seems to be a couple of Goliaths here on their knees. Their eyes are closed. Their hands are just kind of on their laps. It actually looks very uncomfortable, the position that they're in. You are not sure how long you'd be able to actually sit in that sort of position yourself. But I mean, they're there. They're doing it for whatever reason. In fact, actually, I guess because it is Kara. Mace, are you following?
I am.
Okay, that's fine. I did not realize at all. I was looking away. Because you were asking about Clan Riesland and then walked away, so...
Yeah, I just figured that they would also give us some answers. I don't know.
You can ask again over there. That's totally fine. It's just the guy that was there was going to answer you. But regardless, Kara, you would actually feel that these people... It might not necessarily be prayer, but it's something very close, is what they're doing. With that, though, he does continue to just lead you out towards the entrance that you actually kind of came in, but you recognize that it's, a different angle. There are 4 Goliaths there. You would actually recognize them for the most part. Kara, you're very perceptive. They were with the chieftain earlier. They were, they're clearly like the gate guards. And then this guy, actually I grabbed the wrong person, but he leads you back over to here. This fire in the other room, where you would actually see this.
They fucking.
No. So a 12-foot high cave, this 12-foot high cave has a crackling fire in its center, and walls lined with hunting trophies, including the skull and pelts of various mountain-dwelling creatures. Seated by the fire is a wizened Goliath with long white hair. A yeti fur cloak is draped over her stooped shoulders, and a tiger-sized feline with white fur crouches beside her. And then next to her is the chieftain that you would very easily recognize as the one who, led you in and called out to you initially and all that. So the Goliath that led you there, he nods at the chieftain, who just kind of waves his hand, lets him leave, and he walks off and heads back to the kitchen. So those of you who are left in the kitchen, you're just eating anything you guys want to try and do or say to these guys. I mean, like I said, Mace kind of was talking with one of them, and then he walked away. So that guy's just like, well, fuck you too, I guess. You guys think my food is good? Is it my food? Well, actually, he didn't even eat my food. What the fuck is up with that guy?
Who's that too?
It's to Mallow and Leif.
Yeah, he does that sometimes.
He what? He's an asshole? I thought he said that it was the one in the cloak over there that was the asshole.
Well,
Wait a minute, but if he said that, and then he was the asshole, does that mean you're actually not the asshole? I apologize.
They're both kind of assholes. They do what they do.
Ah, okay, so they do not apologize anymore.
Can I smoke a fish?
That's kind of what I'm doing, debating.
We just fill it with some herb and give it mouth to mouth.
Yeah. What are you guys cooking on this fire?
Oh, we hunted ourselves an elk. It is delicious, no?
Yeah. If you guys had fish.
We love fish. The problem is, usually it is something we get from the 10 pounds. But recently they have not been able to acquire as many for some reason.
Well, I have a few. We could cook a few of them and eat them right now.
Oh, absolutely. He actually, shifts over and makes room at the fire for you. He takes a whole bunch of his meat and he, shifts it over and just points. He's like, go right ahead. You seem like a man who knows your way around the fish.
All right. I just assume I just have some fish in my pockets that I'm gonna
Specifically.
Any rations that Leif has at this point, I assume, is alcohol
It's
or
just fish.
Alcohol and fish. Yeah. That's the way to turn it. Yeah, I'm just
Listen.
trying to throw a couple on for us all to have a couple bites of some.
I'm totally happy to just, for all of you, this is a blanket statement, so the reason I'm making it. If anyone has any particular tastes that they think their rations would be, flavored towards, you can always kind of do what Leif's doing here and be like, I pull this out, as long as you think it's something your character would have. I do not mind.
Just spam.
Dude, go for it. It's a family recipe too. None of you have ever heard of this spam before, but
It's just little Vienna sausage.
For Kara, it's 100% beef jerky and mead.
there you go. Yeah, so anything like that you think is fitting for your character anytime, I'm cool with that shit. So, but regardless, you pull out a couple of fish. Generally, they're like desiccated fish, dried, salted. And we'll say that they do have some utensils here, and you take and grab a pot, and you ask if they got any water, and he points to a barrel in the corner, and you just dip the pot in the water, and you basically take these desiccated fish and drop it in the water, and start making a fish broth, because it's the only thing you can really do with dried fish. But the meat does start what's the word I'm looking for? Rehydrating, and eventually it creates a pretty nice little fish stew or fish soup.
Hell yeah.
They're very happy to see that you're making something, and especially because you've put a couple fish in, but something like a soup will extend to multiple people more than just the fish itself, right? So they start grabbing a couple other ingredients. They have some vegetables laying around and stuff, and they like cut them up and toss them in too, just to make it a little better. Becomes kind of communal, a little bit of a potluck sort of thing.
Just gonna look at Mallow and be like, you want some fish soup?
Sure. And I pull out spam and put spam in the fish soup as well.
It's a big block of spam.
Just
Yeah,
the
it's
entire
not
block.
actually.
I don't cut
No,
it
no,
up.
it's horrifying. It's not even that. It's like these tiny misshapen chunks of meat because they're just like mixed together in like a bowl, and then whoever makes them just chucks them on like a fucking thing and cooks them or whatever. So Mallow just takes these misshapen chunks of weirdly shaped meat paste looking balls
Cubes.
and whatever, and just starts like trying to toss them into the soup.
One of them just
My
begins
own-
slithering away.
My own soup, not his.
Oh, okay. You drop it in. Sorry, I thought you were saying that you were putting it in
No.
the whole thing. So you take a
No,
bowl and you
no.
start putting it in your own. Okay,
Yeah.
gotcha. My mistake.
Not that much of an asshole.
Oh,
Well,
so
the,
that's
the
what
worst
you're
part
doing,
is though,
eh?
the best part is one of the Goliaths sees you, the one next to you, and he like just without even asking, he reaches a spoon in and grabs a piece with your little spam and he tries it, and he's like, "Oh, can I have some of that?"
I pull out like a I pull out like what would be a little fucking like squeeze tube of it, and it just like pops balls out. I was like, yeah, put out your hands. Thump, thump,
Yeah.
thump, thump, thump.
More disgustingly, it's like a goat skin, and you just start like
It's like
squirting it out.
slimy
Yeah.
as it's coming out too.
it's right in the
We're
broth.
a
He doesn't
tech
give
about
he
many
doesn't
things.
give a shit. He starts cutting it up with his like little spoon, and he's like stirring it into the broth. He's really into it.
We're assholes about many things, but we don't fuck with food.
Yeah, absolutely. So, with that though, you guys actually start getting along pretty good with these guys, and they start buddying up with you for a fair bit. They're enjoying your food, and they do ask you guys like, like I said, that guy earlier was asking some questions. You guys got questions? We don't mind answering. I guess it's kind of allowed, right? And they look at the guy who was with the chieftain, and he's like, "Well, chief didn't say not to." So, got anything you guys want to know before I switch to the others?
I think so.
I don't.
Okay.
Did
No,
my
no
father
problem at all.
love me?
I just figured I'd give you the chance because, like I said, we're going to switch to the others. So do it
Is it
now or
really
forever
unfair?
hold your peace. All right. All right. So with that, we will focus in more on Mace and Kara. So Mace and Kara, you guys approach, and you would see, again, like I said, that the chieftain and his wife are kind of sitting there. And there's this large-sized feline with white fur crouched beside her. None of you necessarily. Actually, Kara, you would know what this is. The hunters that trained you when you first got here would have definitely mentioned this beast is a something that is around. It's a Craig cat. And
fun.
yeah, so
Name's Craig.
yeah, the cat seems pretty. It's stuck right by the side, but it seems pretty attached to this woman in the Yeti fur shawl. But for the most part, it just kind of stares at you guys, but doesn't move. Doesn't seem too aggressive up front. And the chieftain just says as you approach, "You said that you have some dogs you wish to bring in. Tell
If
me
at all.
about this."
If that is at all possible, we have 3 groups of sled dogs that we've been using to traverse the area. I don't want to leave them outside. If I can't bring them in, I would just camp with them.
Yeah, no offense, but your griffins might confuse them for snacks.
Our griffins will do no such thing. They attack only upon our orders.
Regardless
They don't
of
feed on their
which,
own?
They feed when we tell them, and when our food is provided by us.
Huh.
They sound like they're marvelously trained.
It is because they understand that life is made easier when we work together.
Ironic.
A sentiment I can agree with.
He narrows his eyes at you, Mace, but he does look at Kara and says, "Yes, you may bring the dogs. You can keep them in the first hallway that I brought you through. It will be tight, but the dogs should not mind, and neither will my people, as long as your dogs are well trained.
Oh, they listen to me just fine.
That is perfect. I will also tell you that normally, something such as slave dogs is something that we would disapprove of. Partnerships
not-
should be even, but the
they're
fact that
not
you
s-
care for them is appreciated here.
I think that I may have misspoken. They are not slave dogs. They are sled
Any
dogs.
dogs from the 10 towns are slave dogs. They are treated unfairly and poorly. But you seem to care, like I have said. That is important. I simply wish you to continue doing so, and understand that it is something of value.
Oh, no questions asked, or no questions or comments on that regard. They're all due for grooming anyway, so I'll probably be spending some time doing that.
He simply nods and then says, if you have 3 sleds, then let several of my men assist you in bringing them in. I'm sure it'll be easier than taking multiple trips, unless you believe you can handle them all yourself.
Oh, that won't be a problem.
As in you wish
And-
the Goliaths, or as in you can do it yourself?
I can do it myself.
He seems very impressed. But regardless, he doesn't seem to pay you much attention past that.
Mhm.
He does look at you again, Mace. Just remind me the last thing you said, though. What was it that pissed him off? Because I forgot what it was.
Ironic.
Literally ironic. yeah.
Ironic, yeah, I'm sorry. What was it that so he actually, I'm sorry, he would ask this. What is it you find ironic about my statements?
Well, simply that you talk about working together and surviving and prospering by teamwork and such, and yet you refuse to let go of a grudge that happened, oh, how long ago now?
We refuse to let it go because they have proven that they could not work together. They betrayed us and killed one of our most precious companions.
Right, well, I do not mean to sully your memory of the events, which is why I'm not going to comment on the subject. However,
Oh, says man who was not there, speaking as if you knew what occurred.
I've heard different versions, but as you say, I was not there.
You've heard different versions, or you have been told another version at the Wyrmdoom. He narrows his eyes. Because I believed the 2 of you stank like Wyrmdoom fuckers.
Well, I will
Oh, fuck.
tell you that we've come in contact with them for certain.
He would wave his hand at you, Kara, if he sees you kind of, you know,
Looking back and forth,
Yeah.
and with that,
We've certainly come in contact with
there
them.
it goes.
But, oh, there you go.
I put it
Uh,
backwards in
Got
the
it
fucking thing.
eventually. Yeah, it's okay. Happens.
But to be quite honest with you, we're not here to take sides or anything of the sorts. Otherwise, we would not have really come the way we did, would we? But in the interest of keeping peace and keeping respect towards your traditions and memories of such things, how about I ask you instead who this young woman is next to you?
Both of them would look at each other for a moment, and then both of them would bust a gut laughing as you say that. And before either of them could answer, you would actually notice as a Goliath runs up next to you, and he just looks semi-concerned at the chief, who is taken aback for a moment once he kind of clears the tears from his eyes. And he looks at him, what? What is it? And then one simply goes, the girl, she flew! And he's like, she has wings. I don't know what the fuck is the problem. And he's like, I've never seen a flying person. He's like, you need to go back to work. And the other Goliath just like beside himself. He doesn't know what to do, and he looks between you and the captain and looks back at you, Mace. He's
Begins praising Kara.
he asks you. He's like, what is she? Some sort of a goddess.
It really depends on who you ask, but I mean, if you want to give her some praise or something, she's not gonna hurt you. She might not like it, but it wouldn't exactly be wrong.
A woman who does not like praise sounds like a goddess to me. Walks off again, just like tapping his chin. You can hear him mumbling like, maybe gifts would work better. Gods do like it when you give them things.
You should mind in the
Well.
background screaming, you should try to give her a hug.
This is why I hate gods.
But then you know you look back to the chieftain and he's just like his head is in his hands and he's rubbing his temples and you can kind of tell that he's a little bit frustrated by the fact that this Goliath has done what he's just done. And his wife just kind of puts a hand on his shoulder and she simply says,
I'd
look,
tap
I meant
that.
the wrong. No, I'm just in the wrong section. Sorry, one sec.
Like big boobs and wings, the full package.
Oh, I might have misread this. Hold on a sec. It's not his wife. I'm sorry.
Oh.
She is elderly still. It's his mother. He has a husband.
I,
in the
I
other
was
room.
gonna say like that. This is some intergenerational love
Yeah,
stories going on.
Yeah, I was gonna say this is his mother. He does have a husband in the other room. That was why I was confused. I misread the
Oh,
relation
okay.
between who and who. Might be
I
on
was
that one.
literally about to just make a joke that it's like, of course the leader's gay. Duh.
No, yeah, he is. Yeah, I misread what it was. I thought it was saying that her husband
Why
is.
do you think there's so
and-
many hot dogs in the kitchen?
Yeah, oh God, there it is. But yeah, so the elderly woman simply says, he. Oh, hold on. This is a weird name. I'm gonna.
Speaks in hieroglyphics.
Yeah, right. I'm actually copying it so that I can just type it in, make everyone's life easier in the long run. So there's the name. She would introduce herself.
Karnaka Stormcrow.
My name is Karnika Stormcrow Akanathi. I am this young strapping lad's mother.
How do you describe her? Just like elderly, white hair, and
Yeah. So she's a wizened Goliath with long white hair. That's she doesn't
Okay.
look too much different from any others. She has kind of the same tribal tattoos, is wearing the same kind of skins for clothing underneath that Yeti shawl that she has or cloak. But you could, every move that you make is definitely still being watched by this cat that's sitting right next to her. If anything, you'd find that's probably a more interesting detail than her herself.
okay.
Does she have big tits?
Yeah,
I
but
mean,
they're
if she
super
does,
saggy.
they're probably on the
Yeah.
ground. So
Yeah, they're actually in her lap right now.
she's using them as a scarf.
Hang on. I have a gift for this. I just have to find it.
Oh, no.
God.
Oh no. Regardless, she says also as well. Thank you for the compliment, though.
It's my pleasure. We've come mostly as impartial parties, and well, it wouldn't do good to have any worse an impression that we might already have. It's very nice to meet you, Miss. We were just here speaking to your son about, well, the long-lasting feud you've had with the other Wyrmdoom clan, right?
Yeah, that's fine. That's good enough.
Okay.
Their last name is not necessarily Wyrmdoom. Same that
Yeah,
you pointed out
they just
Skytower, but
inhabit Wyrmdoom. I
it
just
is-
forgot the name.
it doesn't matter because they are the Wyrmdoom people either way. So you're totally
Right,
fine on
okay.
that. But yeah, so she simply says, "Yes, I have heard many a time when my poor boy does not know what to do, he comes to me. I can tell you nothing more than I have already told him. That honestly, this is a gift. That if someone else is willing to help us, we should at least listen. Although he is stubborn and stupid, so he may not understand what it is that you represent."
Yeah, how does his son react to any of this?
He's kind of just like shying his head away, almost looking sort of embarrassed. But it's like when someone is being, it's like when you're at a friend's house, right? And their mom is kind of like
Mhm.
saying stuff that's just
Embarrassing
embarrassing
them.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
he doesn't really want to make a scene of it right now, but you can kind of tell that he's maybe stocking it away in the back of his mind to complain about later.
Right,
Actually,
okay.
but do me something in here. Do a perception check for me.
Sure. Perception.
Yep.
Ugh.
Okay. So you don't notice
Yeah.
something that I would have otherwise had you. No worries.
Fair enough.
Yeah. But he just seems sort of embarrassed.
Out of curiosity, is this majestic creature yours?
Oh, yes. Harad is my little kitty cat. He has protected me long time now.
Certainly a formidable companion to have. Listen, I'll be frank with you. We were hoping that we might aid your two clans to have some sort of resolution over this conflict.
I have already
It's
told you the resolution will be when you bring me the cloak of that Wyrmdoom fucker. And
I understand that.
he immediately
but,
gets smacked on the shoulder by his mother.
I assume there have never really been attempts at patching this relationship that two clans might have had in the past.
There is nothing to mend. The insult that they have thrown our way is not something so easily forgiven.
I understand that you have things that you hold in value. and
If I
one
was
such
to
thing-
kill your winged companion in front of your face and then kick you off the bridge, would you not claim vengeance upon us one day?
Assuming I come back from the dead, and if I do die, though chances are she would do it before I did.
Well,
That's besides the point,
She
however.
would be dead. You do not seem to understand the hypothetical.
I understand more than you think. At any rate, I understand that you are furious with the other clan and will claim revenge given the opportunity. It seems that you are a well-organized group of people, and you certainly have quite a few resources to spare in terms of military power. You have your griffins, who are clearly formidable and well-trained creatures. I assume then that it's only because of Ruslan clan that you've been held back in your attempts to maybe claim revenge of some sort.
The old lady, she has like a wry grin on her face, and she says, "Go on then, tell him the truth." And the chieftain, he kind of seems ashamed again. You saw his embarrassed, look earlier, and this doesn't look very different. And he replies, "Well, I will admit that immediately after, when the feud was at its hottest, there were many fights between our clans, and no side was able to come out on top. Even with our griffins at hand, it is very tough to kill people who are able to kill dragons with their bare hands. And weapons, of course, but you get my point."
Yes. Well, I mean, it sounds like something to be commended. I have not witnessed their military potential myself, but if they're able to accomplish such a feat, then they are certainly to be respected, if not feared.
Well, I would say we are no different. I mean, the reason we went to Clan Ruslan, the reason we had to try and find another way, was the numbers on both sides were beginning to dwindle. We did not wish our race to be wiped out simply because of our own actions.
It wouldn't have been right. There is the third clan.
That is true, but I believe you understand what it is that I am saying. The preservation of our own became enough of a worry that we had to set aside some of the violence.
And you're saying that with us here coming here, offering you a chance to set aside all of it, you still wouldn't take it.
I have told you I will gladly take it, but we will not be the side who gives in first, for we were not the ones who made the mistake.
Oh, that is...
Whatever means by which you wish to bring us the cloak, I will not ask, but that is the task that is set before you as currently we stand.
Oh, welcome back. How are the pups?
I hear you apparently can fly with those wings. Who would have fucking guessed? And the old woman, like, slaps him again on the shoulder.
Kara looks back at her wings. Oh, these things? Yeah, I guess.
You gave one of my men quite a fright. Or perhaps a reaction, I am not sure which. He was...
Probably both.
Huh. Apparently this is normal for you.
It is.
We don't get very many of her kind around the 10 towns, so
Winged
she's
people?
caused quite a commotion. Yes, exactly.
Yeah. I would imagine.
Well, considering your proximity to winged creatures, I'd sort of guessed that may have been a possibility around here, but I suppose not.
Are you asking if we have sex with our griffins?
No, but we recently
Why does
encountered
everyone ask us that? We do not do this.
well, they're so obedient.
You
There
know,
must be a
I'm,
reason.
I'm honestly surprised people haven't asked that about me, to be completely fair.
If you have sex with griffins,
She just gestures to the wing over her shoulder.
oh, your mother was a griffin? And the old woman this time actually smacks him hard enough that he's like, oh, hey, okay, mother, please.
No, but it's, I guess, comical that no one really questions where the wings came from at this point.
I
To
mean,
be
we
fair.
see all sorts. In all honesty, we are usually the ones questioned, which is why we do not question others of strange origin.
Thank you.
Where exactly is this Ruslan clan located?
It is a far journey, many days to the northwest. If you have a map, I could point you in its direction.
Oh, I'll
Kara's
appreciate the
just
pointer, but
Gonna unroll the map and like,
Is it north of the 10 towns?
It is north of everything. And we will, for the moment, just do this. So Carol unrolls the map, and
And she'll point to it. You mean here?
why is Clan Ruslan marked upon your map? Do you have relation to them?
No, but I met a musician and his agent that had business there and couldn't decipher a map.
Right.
This was the location on that map. He said it was a challenge to get to it.
There,
It seemed like the map itself was the challenge, though. It was kind of confusing.
this is work of Clan Ruslan. And he actually seems almost like slightly afraid as the words leave his mouth. He's like, I do not know who these people are, but the fact that Ruslan is involved, I would tell you to be very wary of them.
Well, the individual said he was friends with the clan chief.
The clan chief has friends? How do I do this? How does one become the friend of...
well, usually when you put your differences aside, you can become friends with just about anyone.
We have no issue with Clan Ruslan. No one has issue with Clan Ruslan. No one would dare.
Why? All we've heard is no one fucks with them. We don't actually know why.
You have spent
mention-
time at the Wyrmdoom, yes?
Some.
Let me ask, what is it that you understand about us Goliaths?
You enjoy a good competition.
That is very true. It is at the heart of our people. The challenge of surviving in these wastes, the challenge of surviving in these mountains, the challenge of surviving the orc wars, the challenge of taming the griffins. All these things are what have made Goliaths who they are today. But the clan Ruslan, the challenge that they do is unholy. The challenge that they seek is not overcoming that which is necessary for survival. It is something far more perverse, far darker, far deeper. The man in charge of Clan Ruslan is said to have covered the entirety of the Sword Coast nearly on foot. for nothing but the challenge of doing so. Can you imagine that?
Huh. He's either rather full of himself or he's insane.
We all believe it is likely the latter. Because honestly, he's a nice guy when you get to know him. But you do not fuck with Clan Ruslan.
Hmm.
How exactly do they keep you in check? I mean, you're all pretty far apart.
Because we know that at the end of the day, should something happen, they would come for us. It would not be immediate. But it is the threat of the thing that counts. As I've already told you, I am one that wishes to preserve my people beyond anything at this point. So knowing that if I am to cross Clan Ruslan would bring an end to my people, no matter how much of a ticking time bomb it may be, I will not put them in that position.
And we're not asking you to. It's just everyone just speaks in hushed tones about that clan. Learning a little about them has been. I want to use the word intriguing, but I'm not sure if that's the correct word.
Why would you not? It is the way that you are feeling.
I guess it's more excitement.
I guess you are one who has the heart of Goliath. I mean,
You're
I
saying
look-
you don't?
I look for good warriors wherever I could find them.
oh, I thought you meant you wished to challenge Clan Ruslan. I was going to say, have fun with your death.
No, I can't die. It's not a problem.
That is a very strange thing to just casually claim, my dear. What do you mean you
Spoilers.
cannot die?
Death refuses to take me.
He looks at you, Mace. What the fuck is this woman talking about?
Well, seeing as she's been rather candid about it, I see no reason in mincing words. It is as she says. Death has found her unworthy to be taken. As such, she has encountered many deathly perils in our travels and survived them all. And I'm not talking about simply getting out of things by the skin of her teeth. I meant her heart has stopped before, and then started beating all over again.
there
Jesus
was that-
Christ.
One ogre creature that knocked me over the side of the head and probably broke my neck.
Also, let me amend that statement. By the Griffin's tits. I think that's a little better.
I knew it.
But
They do have tits.
Oh, of course.
How else would they feed their young?
Well, I was never sure if
What?
griffins
No,
laid eggs
that's
or
not what I'm talking about.
gave
It's
birth.
I am speaking of the way that the fur creates this plumage-like thing on the chest. It has to do with the way they maintain aerodynamics. They have eggs. They hatch from eggs. What the? None of you know anything about griffins.
No, we
I
do
don't really
not.
get enough time to spend around them. Usually, if I do, they're trying to kill us.
I mean, you seem like you do not need time with griffins. You can already fucking fly. So that's pretty fucking cool, honestly. Regardless, I was going to ask something, but you have made me forget. He seems to like tap his chin, and his mother just asks instead. So what is it that you wish to truly do in terms of solving our problem?
Well, frankly, we were hoping to see how flexible each group was. We were thinking maybe a sort of meetup of sorts. I don't know, chiefs only.
On neutral
Or-
ground.
Yeah, yes. Though, to be fair, neutral ground is a little vague, wouldn't it? I mean, it
I
would have
mean,
to be far enough from either territory so that neither could intervene.
All I'm
It would
saying
not
is that is-
matter. I highly doubt that either of us would agree to such a thing. I've
And
already
what if we
told
were
you.
able to convince the others?
I've already told. Then I am telling you in this wording that I am not convincible. I have told you what it will take in order to end this feud. Bring me her cloak, and then it's the same as a surrender. And then I will know that we no longer need the feud, for they have admitted their wrongdoing, and we are victor.
So it is a challenge of supremacy.
In terms of what? To you or to them?
This this entire feud has been a competition for who's right and who's wrong.
Correct.
You agree with this, ma'am?
Did I? I didn't say
Not
that.
her. You. He's talking to the old lady, I think. And she, in
Yeah.
return, would simply sigh and say, "All I know is I have lived far longer than many a Goliath, and I have seen many Goliaths fall to this feud. At this point, the fact that at the beginning there was no death, that is what we should have focused on to start. The fact that it has led to so much death has simply made me sad, and I wish it no longer. That is the position that I find myself in, but it is not my choice about what it is that we do from here. I am not the chieftain." And she does look back up at her son at this point, who, he's paying attention, and he just kind of shrugs. And "I will not bend the knee, at least not to you. Not
Oh, no.
as I currently know you."
We understand that. We would not ask you to do such a thing. But
Well, seeing as how we're gonna be here for at least a day until we can leave, is there anything you require of us?
"Required, no. But I will tell you, girl. I find you interesting. You may have at least free reign of our shelter. You can see what it is that we have here, understand the way it is we live, so that hopefully, when you go back to the Wyrmdoom, you will know that it is right to bring the cloak to our side.
I thank you for the privilege.
And it is good you recognize it as a privilege. You may return to your friends, or you may explore. You, Metal One, you will go nowhere without guidance.
did not expect any different.
Although I would ask you one more thing. Do either of you happen to know someone with healing talent?
As it
I do.
happens, both of us do.
As you both are saying this, you would notice the old lady is elbowing him in the side and trying to get him to shut up.
Eagle Eye Vision.
Yep.
What's up?
Oh yeah. I mean, that's why I mentioned it outright as opposed to making you roll.
Oh, okay.
And actually, so being alerted to something being up, give me a perception roll. This is something Mace would have almost noticed earlier, but now that you're... Yeah, so as soon as you recognize that something is up, you kind of pay attention to the old lady looking for, physical ailments or, deformities, things like that. What you realize, though, is she's never looking directly at someone. She's almost always just turning an ear towards them. And once you get a glimpse of her eyes, you are able to recognize that they are very much fogged over.
I think I already see the issue.
What do you mean?
How long have you been without your sight, miss?
"Don't you do this, boy. Do not bring my problems upon others." And the chieftain doesn't say anything. He just kind of turns his head away and is hoping, it seems like he's kind of shooting a side eye at you, that you'll do something.
Kara will approach.
As you get closer, the old woman very clearly, she can tell you're coming, and she seems to kind of shy away from you, and the cat actually starts to growl at you a little. So I want you to, you have a choice here. You can, stop moving and try and convince her by words, or you can do an animal handling check to try and, kind of soothe the cat and convince it that you don't mean harm. Okay, that's definitely going to be good enough. You hold a hand out to the cat, and you just kind of,
I shush it.
not necessarily shush it per se, but you let it sniff your hand, and you're simply very calm, and you take very slow steps past it towards the woman, and
You take out your spray bottle.
no, but you're very, because you're very you're not threatening in action, and there's no bloodlustic in sense, and this thing has been around people for long enough and has been a guardian cat for long enough that you don't seem to be threatening to it right now. So it's kind of watching you wary still, but it's not actually going to attack you just yet. And the old lady kind of picks up on what it's doing, and she knows you're coming close, but the way that the cat's actually letting you approach seems to actually put her at ease a little, and she stops kind of backing away, and she simply says to you, I don't remember how long it has been since I have lost my vision. There is nothing anyone has ever been able to do, and I will assume you know different. Please do not worry about me.
Well, before we come to that conclusion, humor me at the very least.
Why would I ask such of you? Why would you give up something like this for me?
You're not asking, I'm just giving.
He has asked, and she points to her son, like kind of frustrated.
What? Are you really going to hold a boy responsible for caring about his mother?
Her face kind of twitches when you say that, and she gives a heavy sigh, and she says, Fine, but know that I have never asked for this, and I have already agreed with your perspective on the war. This earns you nothing.
I didn't realize that Goliaths didn't take gifts very well.
It is very tough for our people. We do everything by challenging ourselves to overcome the adversity, and yet here you are, wishing to give my to take my adversity away without me having to give a thing. It is not the Goliath way.
Oh, it's a good thing I'm not a Goliath then.
I'm going to assume as you say that, you're going to like reach out and magic her.
Yeah, I'm gonna lesser restoration.
Okay, go for it. Go ahead and roll it. It
I
doesn't
don't
take
have
much.
it on roll 20,
It's
but I
okay.
am gonna
It
burn
doesn't
the second
take
level
much.
spell slot.
Perfect. It doesn't take much to heal her to begin with, but she,
So
as soon as your hand is out,
Touching the side of her head.
right, her eyes start to clear, and the light starts to return to them, and her pupils at first like massively dilate and then start to shrink, and you can tell she like immediately, even though it's very dim light in here, is taken aback by the fact that she can see now, and she's blinking rapidly.
Really?
Her eyes are filling with tears, and eventually she starts being able to see again. And the first thing she says is, "So that is what they meant by the one with wings. And you are very pretty, girl. If my son was not gay, I would probably try and hook him up with you."
Oh, you're not the first, and you won't be the last.
No, I can guarantee not. Most mothers would kill to have a daughter-in-law like you.
My eyes.
Perfect.
Yes.
So, with that having finished, Kara will remove her hand from the side of Kanika's head and just take a moment to get reacquainted with your sight.
Oh, trust
wouldn't-
me, it will take more than a moment. I'm pretty sure that when I go to walk again, I will fall over like a newborn child. That is how it was when I lost my vision as well. But I have Kitty here, and she like slaps the little cat's side, and she actually does look over at it.
She smacked his ass. I was like, God
No.
damn, Grandma.
No, but she does look over at the cat, and she's like, "Little Harad, you will lead me around still, yes?" And the cat, basically that, yes. If anything, the cat actually looks at you, Kara, and it just kind of quickly licks your hand as you pass back by, very
I
happy
was
that
gonna say,
you've helped its owner.
If you wanted to do it properly, just have it do a slow blink.
That's true too, but I mean, this thing has lived among people for a while. It knows how to act affectionate when it needs to.
Kara will give it a little scratch under the chin as she passes, and
That's when it gives the slow blink. Thanks, Harrison.
And when she turns back around to the chieftain and his mother, she's like, "Unless there's anything else you'd like to ask, or any questions you have in general, I'm got 15 dogs to take care of."
Yes, please do. And they absolutely let you go. At this point, I'm going to say let's switch back to Mason Mallow, or not Mason Mallow, sorry, Mallow and Leif. If there's anything you guys want to go try and do or talk to people about or whatever, because I don't want to just.
Yeah, I mean,
Mallow
I'll
or,
also
Karen
leave the present. I'll return to Malo and Leif.
Okay, perfect.
But like as I'm leaving, I'm just gonna ask the chieftain one final time. So, just so I get it straight, you're saying that there is no other way that we can fix this feud between your clans without bringing you the cloak of the other chieftain, correct? Absolutely none.
So at this point, he very clearly reconsiders because you've just healed his mother. He's you can tell that is the case because he's looking at her, he's looking back at you. He's very clearly deep in thought, and he simply says, "I honestly am not sure anymore. I think I am starting to understand why it is the Wyrmdoom are so open to you. You and the other one, the big man with the sword on his back and hip. You both stank of the Wyrmdoom, but that also means you are able to stand toe to toe with the Goliaths and the Goliath way. There may be more that people like you could do for us to solve this issue, but honestly, I cannot say that I know what it is. Personally, I am not sure I can ever forgive what has happened, the amount of death that their actions have caused. But I will tell you this. It is possible for your opinion to hold weight if, perhaps, in the time you spend here, you can convince us that your honorary status as a Wyrmdoom is worth more than being honorary, and can convince us that there is in fact a better way. However, as it currently
Sidebar.
stands, I
Did
do
we
not
ever?
have another way. So go ahead.
No, did we ever? I mean, I don't think we ever really established to them, at least, our
You have not.
connection to the Wyrmdoom.
You have not.
So I guess he just guessed. Okay.
You say guess.
Right. Well, seeing as you're at least open to different possibilities, I'm not going to ask you to forgive anything, nor do I think you should. That said, if you were willing to at least have a chat with the other chieftain, air out whatever grievances you might have at the time, and see how these issues might be resolved, even if they don't resolve the greater problem, then we might be able to offer both of your clans something that you haven't had in a while, at least outside of the greater entity that is Crown Ruslan.
That deal that
Or
you
of-
offer in that regard is not currently even, though. What you are asking is for me to follow people I do not trust, to a location to meet that I do not know, to meet other people I do not trust, to come to an agreement that I am not sure ever will be possible to begin with. That is the point I am trying to make to you. Just because they have agreed to have the stuff that it takes to be a Goliath does not mean that we have seen it yet. What I am trying
This
to
is
say,
fair.
though, is I understand it is possible that it is within you. Prove your worth, and we may be able to speak on the matter again.
Very well, and I suppose you might have an idea as to how we can begin to accomplish this task.
What is it that you did over there? I assume probably was related to that stone passing ritual of theirs, yes?
You seem to know their customs well.
There was a time that the Wyrmdoom and the Stone Tower were very similar, that we spent plenty of time together and challenged each other to many of our own trials and tribulations to see if we could measure up against each other. Remember, it was a game of goat ball that started our feud to begin with.
You just hear in the background, Mal
We
is going,
kicked
"Go
their
ball!
ass!
Go ball!
Go ball!
Is this the new Burning Man?
Oh god.
Burning man!"
I'm like sitting here thinking that it's like a blitzball thing, but yeah, that works too.
Right, yes, I understand that your traditions are deeply based upon your beliefs. I think I understand what we must do next. I'll ponder with my other companions and see how we can try to prove ourselves to you. Thank you for your time. And Mace will just, relax slowly, begin to make his way back to the food area, I suppose, where
As you pass, you would see that most of the Goliaths, much like on your way here, they're kind of keeping an eye on you. They're very wary of you still. But
yeah, that's fine.
okay, perfect care on that front. Yeah, so you would come back. I mean, a fair bit of time has passed, but not too much. So you'd basically see Leif and Mallow are being buddy with these guys. Just a bunch of small talk, but there's they're taking like little dips of this soup that Leif made, and they're just still chatting over the coals and stuff.
Balls in it.
Yeah, the balls.
Mallow
in it,
has corrupted one with spam.
But yeah,
I
so
say corrupted spam is delicious,
you
but
do come back to at
I'm-
least a relatively jolly scene. And
Can I
I
just
should say
take a
that at this
pause
point,
for
the
1
turtle is
second?
also in that room. Pluzak's kind of been sitting there eating, just, watching over things.
Looks like he's sprinkling spam all over his back.
No, he's actually grabbed a couple mushrooms, though, and he's put them in his soup. Anything that you would like to do when reapproaching them, Mace?
Me? Oh,
Yeah, I mean, you're coming back into the room. Just figured I'd ask. if you
yeah.
wanted to-
I mean, they're just eating.
Yeah, they're gathered around the coals,
Soup
and they're-
balls.
it's really at this point more like they're jovially talking to the Goliaths here and just shooting the shit while they finish up a meal, as opposed to being enthralled in the food.
Right. I guess I'll just come over to this side, and look at what they're eating, and just sort of like squint a little bit and look at it for a little while, and say, well, it seems like everyone's having a good time. I'm sorry for leaving earlier. Just didn't want to leave Kara alone in a foreign location.
Ah! So you're the one who is dating the girl. We kind of
Oh.
had secret bets on it.
Metal cock.
Well, I'm not formally
is.
dating her.
Very
As a matter
formally.
of fact, she's very single and available.
He's lying. They fucking.
All of their eyebrows are just going up as you say that. Kara laughs from the tunnel. Yeah, you could probably hear them, so.
That would be the ultimate,
The Goliaths, like as their eyebrows go up at the single comment, they start hearing the cackling in the distance, and they all just turn like immediately. Their blood is chilled. They're like, "What the fuck? How did she Does she have ears of a bat? What is happening?"
No, I don't have any laugh noises. Well, I mean, I have one, but it's not appropriate.
Now I want to know what it is.
It's the Pee-wee laugh.
Not too far off, honestly.
Yeah, I guess.
I forgot I didn't mute all that shit before from y'all, but I'll have to turn it back on at some point.
You're welcome.
That's alright.
Either way, we just had a rather interesting talk with your chieftain, which, incidentally, your chieftain's mother is back in action. She can see now. So.
Oh! I thought you meant something very different by back in action. Jesus. Please do not scare us like that.
Well, I don't know what your customs or habits are, so I figured a catch-all phrase would be appropriate.
She was prime meat back in the day. I thought you meant she was sexually active again, and that you were the first one to dip into that, as it were.
He was.
You were
Well,
here,
someone's
you were
gotta
here
dust
with
the
us. I
cobwebs.
know you are lying, and also you are one of the two assholes that we have been confirmed about.
I'll refrain from inquiring.
About
at any
what?
rate.
You are the other, if that is what you mean.
Well, I've been called worse things.
Is it like Metalhead?
You think that's worse?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It just makes me curious.
No. That's actually a new one. I had not heard that one before. But I was actually wondering what's the gathering up there about? Are you all religious or something?
It takes him a minute to realize what you mean. when you say the gathering up there, because technically those people are below you.
Are they? Because
Yeah,
is it
the
a hole that we just drop down from?
Yeah, the hole
or-
goes down. There's handholds and stuff that you can climb down.
Ah, okay. Yeah, so just to that side, I guess.
But yeah, no, like I said, it just takes him a second because you're phrasing.
Yeah.
But he does understand what you mean eventually, and he says, "No, that is the rune stone. We pray to it for power. It helps us when we need it."
Huh. And here I thought you enjoyed adversity.
We do enjoy adversity, but there is still a necessary assistance sometimes in overcoming it. Just because something is difficult does not mean that you should forsake aid when it is available if it helps you in overcoming it.
You don't say. Wise words, I suppose.
The way of the Goliath is to overcome challenge and adversity. It does not say anything about requiring it to be as difficult as possible. That is the way of the Ruslan. That is why we all fear them.
Huh. Well, this clan certainly sounds interesting. We might have to pay them a visit one day.
If you do, make sure you do not insult anyone, and any time that you challenge them, you will lose.
Well, thank you for the warning, I guess. By the way, and I'll turn to Leif and ask because I don't actually recall. Did Leif try the rock challenge, the thing that we did last time?
Yeah, I think I did it. I did it first.
Yeah,
Where you
the
hold them
crawl.
up. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Yes,
Oh.
that Leif did do that first as well, yes. So I wasn't sure
Okay.
which one you meant.
The chieftain has asked us to prove ourselves as well, people who have what it takes to stand on equal ground with Goliaths. I figured that challenge that we tried earlier might have been one way to do it, but unfortunately we came up short. Any ideas as to how we can do this?
I mean, we'll just have to see. Do they have any? They got any holes to crawl through?
Wait,
Well, I
are
mean,
you
there's
saying
that
that
one,
you did the
but-
crawl?
I mean,
We both did, yes.
yeah.
He seems surprised. Both of you, successfully.
Yeah.
Well,
It's just a hole in the ground.
it is not just a hole in the ground. As someone who has done the crawl, it is far more difficult than just a hole in the ground.
You guys have done the crawl too.
Not all of us, but there was a time when some of us were able to try it before the feud made it impossible. And what I would clarify, the Goliath you're talking to is probably older than most of the other Goliaths.
Mhm.
You know, he's no spring chicken. So the fact that he's saying that it was seems to be saying
He's a
something he
little
did a
stale.
long time ago is it makes sense. It seems like he'd be have been around long enough to have done so. But he's surprised, and he simply continues on. If you are able to overcome the challenge of a Goliath nature like that, then there may be an easier solution right in front of you. And he actually points back in the direction of the stone that you asked about, Mace.
Okay.
It is not easy to gain the blessing from the rune stone. One must sit for an hour at the minimum, and it is very taxing upon the body.
I'm afraid I don't follow. How can sitting around the stone be taxing?
I guess one would need to try it to find out, now wouldn't they? And he seems to shoot you like a little grin. It's very reminiscent of the grin that was given to you and Leif when you were kind of being goaded into trying the crawl.
Okay.
I'm down to try.
Am I allowed?
Yeah, I'm gonna just
Yeah.
look at Mace and be like, so
feel
are
like-
we doing this?
I feel like uncomfortable meditation would be Mace's like strong suit because of his childhood.
Mallows, you mean?
Well,
Or Mallows, sorry.
I was gonna
So
say
many
like
M's. So
There you
many M's.
It's okay. I just wanted to make sure I understood.
uncomfortable meditation. You
The
don't
plugs,
know what a
not the
shuriken is gonna fly
plugs.
at your way.
But no, I figured like we'd be fucking made to meditate in horrible situations and shit, like the whole like leaning on pebbles kind of thing.
Very possible.
See, that's why when we came here, I thought this like middle thing was like a cold path or something.
Yeah, and the other one at Wyrmdoom, that's where you asked about that, I think. But yeah. But
Uh,
regardless, I mean, if you wish to go over that way, they wouldn't stop
yeah,
you.
I mean, I'm supposed to be under surveillance, so.
Yeah, I mean, under surveillance though is a little different in this place because it's more like every Goliath is just kind of watching you as you go
Was it
places. There's
up
never been a
there?
place that you've gone that hasn't had Goliaths, so.
Right.
Talking about like
Yeah, I
right there.
mean, I'll if they won't impede me, I'll go ahead and try. You know, sit there for an hour.
Yep. So as you
Yeah.
go down there, you would actually see that. So like the one on the south here that was next to the ladder, he's actually not on his knees anymore. He's kind of sitting back again, back against the wall. He seems out of breath, and he watches as you all come down, and he sees as you kind of take up position next to the stone, and he would actually very quickly start to guide you all into properly sitting. So essentially, how he has you sit is he makes you take off any leg armor that you have on. He says you have to be flesh to the ground. You can have cloth in between you just to keep your legs a little warm because it's going to be a while, but you're not
Hmm.
able to use anything to assist you in regards to like protecting or padding. He has you
Hmm.
sit with your feet pretty much like pointed straight out, and then you're sitting along your shins, and your knees are always like your thighs tucked to the back of your calves. Your knees are fully bent. And he
Hmm.
simply says that you have to keep your ass to your heels the entire hour. You in order to kind of gain the blessing of this stone, it helps to kind of um, ruminate on. One second, I gotta look at something.
All of your past
I gotta check something.
failures.
Well, no, so it's just I gotta check something specific about the wording here. Mace, also, quick question. I think this might have something also extra for you. What languages do you all speak? But I think Mace is the one I gotta ask in particular.
Uh, Under
Com-
common, common, and giant.
Okay.
Just common and orc.
Common, deep speech, dwarvish, elvish, and giant.
Oh, okay, so it was Mallow that I was misremembering. Okay, one second.
Ooh.
That's not good. Well, it was nice knowing you guys.
That is okay. So he
It
would tell
states that
you.
Mallow can marry into the clan.
Well, actually, it's going to be beneficial for Mallow more than anything.
Oh,
So in general, the Goliath would tell you that while you're sitting there, the best thing to do is to ruminate on, um, your want for physical strength or victory in combat, things of that nature. Overcoming physical challenge. He says that if you are able to kind of appease the statue in your want for success in these natures through your hour of enduring this trial, then the stone will grant you its benefit. You will be able to tell, he says, that it's like this warmth spreading throughout you. But if you don't feel the warmth after an hour or so, it means the stone has rejected you, and you will have to either choose to try again, spending another hour in order to try and appease it, or you can choose to walk away at that point.
so
Mallow, you in particular, as you're kind of getting on your knees and following what he's saying, you're looking over this stone. I mean, all of you are. You're trying to like just take in this scene, and you would actually notice very quickly that you actually recognize some of the script on this stone. The runes that are kind of splayed across its surface are worn and old, but there is, a good enough conditioning on most of them that you can tell it is actually dwarvish. They are almost all concerned with the idea of glory or honor, specifically found in battle or competition, and almost always physical in nature. At least the ones that are described in detail enough that you know you're like, oh, that's what this means. Some of the others talk about it in more of an esoteric nature, but you would kind of assume that even then the victory that is discussed is most likely supposed to be physical just by nature of the others and by nature of what the Goliath has said. So in general, the others, because they have already passed a Goliath trial, would have normally been doing this with just normal rolls. I would have had Mallow do disadvantage because he failed the other trial, but due to your understanding of this stone at a much greater nature, all of you are going to be doing a Constitution saving throw, or sorry, Constitution roll, not saving throw. And
Like
let's-
Constitution then.
Yeah, just regular Constitution, and then we'll just see how you guys manage.
Okay.
All three of you, go ahead. Kara, okay, beautiful mace.
I mean, I technically don't have nerve endings, so
Yeah, it makes sense. And we know that in general, Leif is pretty Constitution based.
Leif
yeah,
is
I'm
too
just- I'm a-
fished
I'm a-
out to.
I'm a fucking con man.
So since
Yeah.
this takes an hour for you guys, we are going to say that you all are going to sit there for that hour, and we will go back to Kara for a minute here and see what she does, and we will come back to your resolution in a moment if that's okay with you guys.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In terms of you, Kara, it looks like you are exploring the northeast of the cave. Yes.
I am.
Okay. So let us reveal what is in that direction. I'm just going to kind of mass reveal it because I don't think it really matters. Okay. So you would find, as you continue forward, the scene actually looks quite similar to you in the sense of, there is another kind of depression in the ground that has these handholds that lead you down into another room below where you currently stand. And then next to you, there is this pillar in an 8-foot tall stone inscribed with runes that stands in the middle of this 10-foot high little cave right next to the chute. It looks identical to the one that the other Goliaths were praying to in the other room.
Okay. Is this an open view or is this a wall that I would have to
So,
descend down?
The view is relatively open. I would say, though, the way that it kind of phrases it here, you don't have a great view of what's below you. I will read what's in that room if you go down through the tunnel.
Okay. Kara would look at the rune for a minute just to take it in, and then
Okay.
She
you,
would
do you- let me just check that one quick because I don't.
I
know
have
if it's-
celestial, common, and infernal.
Okay. Then yeah, you would not recognize anything at a glance.
And I would, I wouldn't grab the handholds, just spread the wings slightly and just descend.
Yeah, absolutely. So you step off the edge and just glide yourself down without too much issue. And you would hear a gasp from the north, from a Goliath. And looking around for that presence, you would notice that this 15-foot high cave contains 4 griffin nests. 3 are clustered in the middle of the cave, and there is one more to the north. The northernmost nest contains what looks like a full-grown griffin that appears to be sound asleep. And the wind stirs the sleeping griffin's feathers as it enters through a wide opening in that north wall, beyond which you can see mountain peaks and storm clouds. And sitting on the edge of this opening is a Goliath, who seems to be kind of talking gently to what looks to be some sort of a griffin youngling that leans up against her side. And if you approach, I should say, like once you start nearing the middle of the room, she would kind of look your direction and would simply say to you, "Come no closer. This youngling is afraid to fly, and his mother is trying to get some rest."
How old is he? Or it?
Good question. Let me see if it has an answer before I give you one off the top of my head. This little one, it is less than a year old, but it is time for it to be learning to fly, and yet proving much more of a challenge than is typical for those of its age.
So you would say it's rather timid.
Timid? No, honestly. It loves to play. It loves to attack and to pretend to be hunting. It is not timid in nature, but flight seems to frighten it for some reason.
I happen to know a thing or two about flying. Maybe I could help.
So you mean that the big things, the wings on your back, are in fact just that?
She'll extend them.
She kind of purses her lips. Clearly, you are one to be trusted by our chieftain if you have been allowed back here. But I am not sure that I can trust you with a youngling like this. The Griffons, they are our greatest allies and our closest friends. So you will need to be a bit more persuasive, per se, if you wish to come and assist with something of this nature.
Persuasive in what regard?
I simply mean that without some sort of guarantee, I am not sure that I trust you with the youngling.
Oh, I wouldn't be doing it outside of your purview. I would be helping you.
Yet you can fly, and I cannot. As soon as you step away from this cliff, I can do nothing to assist any longer. Perhaps, do you have any younglings with you that you wish to leave with me while you take mine?
I mean, I've got 15 sled dogs that I've been taking care of.
She narrows
Sure they
her
would-
eyes and... That is not what I mean, and you know it. I am trying to express to you the value of this child. Would you give
No.
away your own child, truly, if that was able to get you what you wished?
I don't think anyone would ever willingly relinquish a child in that regard, and I'm not asking you to.
I wouldn't hear any of this, would I?
No.
No.
Damn it.
You're currently meditating on the stone, so...
Horribly.
Yes, absolutely true. You're too busy reading the runes.
I think it more comes down to an issue of, as you said, trust, but I could communicate with your youngling there and see what's maybe at the heart of its trepidation.
She's, like, kind of confused by your words. You know, it's pretty evident on her face. And she says to you, "You mean that you are one who is able to understand animals, or you mean literally you are able to speak with it?"
Yes,
That does not help clarify for me.
I have a magic that allows me to communicate with various animals. So I could hold a conversation with your youngling there.
As long as you can do so from where you currently stand, then yes, feel free.
I should be able to.
Okay.
It also depends entirely on whether or not your youngling wishes to even speak with me.
She kind of pets it a little, looks down at its face, and it looks up at her. She kind of points in your direction, and it looks over, and it gives this, like, and just stares at you, but it doesn't seem to be trying to move away or anything.
Alright, so I'll use speak with animals and just go. Here you have a little bit of stage fright.
Where's the stage?
Well, you're standing on one in front of your siblings and parents.
Mom's right there.
Having trouble flying?
I don't want to do that.
Why not? I'm sure you have siblings that have done so.
If you fall, you die.
You're not wrong, but why would you fall? You have wings.
But I heard the elders talking, and one said he got tired and almost fell and died.
Well, why did... If he was getting tired, why did he just not land?
'Cause you gotta challenge yourself.
Oh, so he was getting too old to keep up with the challenge then.
Don't know. Don't want to die.
Well, have you tried flying inside the cave at all? Where you won't die?
Too tight.
How about going somewhere lower to the ground then, where there's more open space?
Mom won't let me.
That's a fair choice. What if you had someone to watch you while you were flying? Help
Mom
you if you were...
watches. Makes me nervous.
You don't want to rise to the challenge?
Want to make Rahi happy, but hard.
Make who happy?
He nuzzles against the Goliath next to him.
Oh, I see. she's important to you.
Want to make Rahi happy, but hard.
Well, she hasn't given up on you. So you've got people that are hoping you can do great things.
Don't want to fly though.
Well, you can't live in this cave forever, can you?
They feed us.
You know, that's not what I meant.
Can live forever.
Living forever can be boring, though.
They have games.
Then have kids. Well, would you have your kids learn to fly?
No,
Now you're just taking the easy way out.
don't
You
need
know, if you
flying.
did-
Get food.
What if they stop giving you food? Not that they are, but what if they stopped? You'd have to
It's-
fly to
it
go get
seems-
some.
It doesn't seem to compute that ideology. It
Get food.
Kara would look to the Goliath that she now knows is named Rahi and go, he's rather stubborn.
You have no idea. I have literally sat here flapping his wings to show him how it works, and he still refuses to do on his own.
So the story that he's told me is apparently one of the older griffins got tired from a challenge and nearly fell to its demise, and he doesn't see the need to fly when he's being fed.
she narrows her eyes.
So it's as simple as not giving food anymore, huh?
I wouldn't go so far as to say that, but he's comfortable, and he doesn't want to give that comfort up.
She looks you up, like, she sizes you up, I should say. And she points at the cliff. And she simply says,
Fly, girl.
Okay. Kara will walk over, turn her back to the cliffside, and just look down at the young griffin and just go, "It's really easy. All you gotta do is fall."
No,
And she'll
do not worry about him. Simply fly.
and she will, back dive off of the ledge and take flight.
okay, so you
Don't
would...
fly, we just fall with
as-
style.
Yeah, exactly. As soon as you kind of, catch yourself and even out and prove that you are, in fact, flying, like once you achieve a hover state, we'll say, you kind of glance back up at the cliff, and you see Rahi standing there with, like, a hand on her chin. Her arms are, like, kind of crossed across her chest, but one arm is up, like, her hand's on her chin, Clearly she's kind of, like, in thought. And she simply stares at your eyes. She can see that she's made, eye contact with you. And you see her give you a simple single nod, and then her left foot just kicks the baby Goliath right off the edge, or Goliath, baby Griffin right off the edge.
That would have been even better.
Yeah.
And Kara's just like, the deep end approach. I approve.
So it starts falling. Its arms are flailing. Its wings are like attempting to flap, but it clearly has never given much practice. So at this point, you're not sure if this thing is going to fly. What do you want to do?
Kara is gonna keep pace with it.
Okay,
And,
so you'll attempt
follow
to-
it.
Okay, so it's currently falling at like 500 feet a second for the most part. I mean, it is truly dropping. This cliff is about it's a couple hundred feet high, so it's not too much of an issue in terms of you do at least have like 3 of your 6 seconds where you're able to respond. So you'll get a turn here, but
Yep.
it seems like this thing is really not quite catching itself. Is there anything that you want to try and say to it, since you can still speak to animals, or anything you want to do to try and guide it into flying?
Kara will quickly straighten out, spread your wings, make them as big as possible, and tilt them back.
So it hears you for sure, and the way that you can tell is not only do its wings flare out, but also like its legs and even its neck like starts stretching. Like it opens its mouth. It's literally doing everything it can to just get as wide as physically possible. But as soon as it does this, the wings do catch, and they it like very clearly you hear it like ah!
no!
As it suddenly, its shoulders are like, or closest to shoulders, are like yanked by the wings as the wind catches in them, but immediately its ascent slows. And as its ascent slows, it actually still ends up kind of like coasting down to the ground, but it doesn't crash. You got it to open its wings enough that it kind of lands on the ground belly first into the snow, and it's panting and like you basically, because you can still talk with animals, you still talk with animals on. You can hear it sobbing, and it's like basically cursing Rahi, and it's cursing you. But at the same time, it is still perfectly fine. You can tell that nothing bad has happened to this thing.
Well, now you gotta go give her a piece of your mind. You have to go back up. You're gonna have to fly there.
I can hate you both.
But
I mean, sure, you can hate me and try to hit me all you want, but you still have to chase me up there. I'm in the air. You're on the ground.
I'm gonna eat you.
And it starts like flapping its wings, and at first like one wing flaps, then the other, and it like almost tilts it over on its side, but eventually it catches the rhythm, and it does kind of raise off the ground a little bit, and it starts trying to chase after you.
Kara will stay low to the ground and just kind of do gentle figure eights to get it acquainted with maneuvering.
Yeah, it does more like boxes as it tries to fly a path, but it is flying.
Come on, lean into it. That's how you make a harder
I'm
turn.
gonna eat you.
Not with that attitude, you're not.
It's trying.
I know, Kara's just teasing it at this point, like playful teasing. Not...
all I'm hearing is me and Orion anytime I try to get him to do shit. I wanna. Come on, boy.
I'm gonna bite your fucking face off.
You have to get to it first.
I'm gonna eat your stupidly pretty ears.
Well, why would you do that?
'Cause they look yummy.
Oh,
Eventually, though, I'm assuming you do fly your way back up to the cave.
oh yeah. She'd start an ascent pattern at some point. It'd be gradual, and all the while evading this now angry griffin child.
Yep, absolutely. So you land on the cliff edge, and you turn around and watch as this thing is like, it was smart enough that it got itself some height, so now it's kind of coasting down towards the edge, and it's glaring at you, and it's still screeching about how it wants to eat your ears, and suddenly a realization seems to dawn on it, though, as it's flying towards the cave, and it seems heavily panicked, and it starts like flailing its legs and arms again, and all of a sudden it just crashes down into the ground and like tumbles forward like ass over end and ass over head, and just like eventually slams into a wall over this way, and just like stops looking up at the ceiling, belly up, and just
Well, you gotta
Oh
work
my
on
god, I was flying.
You gotta work on the landing a little bit, but you're quite the natural.
it kind of rolls itself over and it stands up, and the first thing it does is just run over and jumps at Rahi, kind of glomps her.
I was flying. I was flying.
He is excited that he was flying.
She's grinning and she says,
I do not need to speak to animals to know what he is saying.
He also wants to eat my ears.
"Yo, what?"
She'll
You
gesture
are
to
not
her ear.
allowed to eat ears, little one.
It's like,
No ears, gotcha. Only faces, gotcha.
Only faces, apparently.
Yes, this is allowed.
Oddly specific.
You must feed them something, dear.
See, he's got IBS. Faces don't really cause him indigestion, but ears.
Ears are all fatty cartilage.
exactly. Okay.
Well, now that he's gotten over the first hurdle, you probably can take care of the rest.
Oh, trust me, girl. Once they get to this point, nature takes over the rest. Thank
And
you,
all
though,
you-
for your assistance. I am not sure this little one would have been able to overcome what was wrong with him without some guidance from you on the subject.
Oh, everybody struggles the first time. It probably helped to have someone that could fly in tandem with it as he was plummeting down the mountain.
Yes, exactly. It's not a strategy I ever would have used had I not had someone who could assist him like you would have been able to.
To be fair, if you trusted me, I probably would have done the same thing anyway. So good minds think alike.
Thank you for your assistance, girl.
You're welcome.
As you leave, by the way, you would hear just a single. It's a single tone whistle, but you can tell the Goliath behind you is the one who's making it, and it is loud enough to fill the cave that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what it means. Just
Look over her shoulder for a second, but otherwise, get back to here and fly back up the tunnel.
yeah.
Just-
So Rahi would be kind of just staring at you as you're going. Still, her fingers are in her mouth, which is kind of assisting her in making this loud whistling sound, and she's petting the baby griffin. But no, she seems more focused on you than the bird.
Mm-hmm.
As you go to leave that room, the
Mhm.
chieftain would stop you, and he would simply say, "Was it due to your interference that the whistle has been given?"
If you're talking about the young child, then yeah, it was.
He gives a knowing nod, and he lets you go. With that, we will go back to our other three. I'm assuming you don't have anything else you want to do, Kara? Since you
Walks past one of the griffins. Good, I want to bite her ears.
God. It seems like you're heading back to the dogs, so I'm going to assume that
Yeah.
that's what you're up to. All right.
You are correct.
In that case, we will go back to the other three quickly, and you guys. I'm
I'm gonna run to the bathroom. I'll be back in a moment.
That's fine. Probably gonna take a break in a little bit here anyway. Just a heads up for everybody. But before we do that, so Mace and Leif, after the hour is up, you would both find that much like the Goliath in charge kind of told you, you feel this sense of warmth seem to spread from your chest. It's a warmth that seems to make you feel very confident, almost like you're a little bit stronger than you normally are. Like you have a little bit more physical acuity than is usual. And I will tell you that now, for the next 24 hours, both of you have an extra d6. This d6 can be rolled for any one strength check or weapon attack roll that you make. It can be used after you roll a d20, but before you find out whether or not that is a success. And once this d6 is rolled and added to the roll, it is lost and cannot be regained for another 10 days. But both of you managed to at least have that extra d6. So I'll let you guys kind of make note of that however you want, and it's up to you guys to remember that you have it and can use it.
You said any attack roll or
Strength check.
strength check. Okay.
Yeah, so that would be anything from like if I tell you to make a strength check or a strength saving throw, or even if you make like an athletics roll is based on strength. So like say you go to grapple someone, you could add it to that as well, or any attack roll, of course. So
Okay.
Mallow, you on the other hand, you would
I don't
not feel
notice
this warmth.
shit.
Yeah, you would still feel cold. Your legs are kind of hurting, or actually, if anything,
Frostbite setting in, one toe full
it's
off.
not even frostbite, but his legs are like so numb that as he goes to stand up, like he actually falls on his side, sort of thing. He's like kind of sit there for a minute, just massaging his legs until the pins and needles goes away.
He thinks back to his meditation days and realizes he always had like at least a little mat.
No,
to,
he thinks back to his meditation days and he goes, "Oh shit! None of those ever lasted longer than like 4 minutes before I got attacked." Huh. So he's just he had great form, but it didn't matter for that extended period of time, right?
Yeah.
Regardless, Mallow, if you do want to spend another hour, you can try again. But the other two of you, I mean, at this point it would be kind of moot. You would not gain anything further. So
I'll
Right.
try again. Fuck it.
Alrighty. So Mallow will be spending another hour. Is there anything else that you guys would like to do while Mallow spends that hour?
Well, on my side at least, I think I'll go back to report to the chief
Yep.
and see if he has anything to comment about it.
Absolutely. That's totally fine. You can start heading that direction.
Yeah.
Leif, anything you want to do?
I'll probably honestly with that I'll probably follow Mace here. See
Alrighty.
what's up with that.
That works.
You want my con throw?
Yeah, go ahead. Very nice. Okay. Okay, yeah, that's fine. So when you get there, Mace, the chief, sees you walk in and he raises an eyebrow. What is it? Is there something else you wish from me?
Well, merely came to say that we've managed to receive your runestone's blessing, and I was under the impression that this might help prove that we have what it takes to at least stand on the same ground as you.
In fact, it does indeed, and it is very telling that it is once again you two who have been able to pass the judgment of the stone. I will tell you this. If you two were to be there at a meeting between us and the Wyrmdoom, at least you two, I believe I could trust. But I would not be going without at least a griffin for quick escape should the need arise.
Sure, that seems reasonable to me. As long as you're not opposed to the Wyrmdoom having a weapon at least, seeing as we want to meet each other on even odds.
That decrepit old woman can bring her axe if she would like, yes.
Good. We'll see if we can convince the other chief then, and in the meantime, we are glad to have been able to at least prove our names in front of your people.
I would ask that before you leave, come up with the position that you wish us to meet. I will leave, a set time after you and simply meet you there. And then know that if you do not arrive within a day, the meeting will be considered called off, and I will have considered you to have failed.
Very well. Then I must discuss this with Kara. You come in, Leif, or do you need to do something here?
I will follow.
Okay. What do you mean, is Kara? There she is.
Before you leave,
So, yeah.
Leif, the chieftain just kind of catches your attention, and he does say to you, "Question, as you are one I have not yet spoken to.
Yes.
How did you find the embrace of the stone of the crow?"
Seemed like I was sitting in front of a rock.
He just gives a slow nod, and then he waves for you to leave. Like, shoos you off.
Little bitch.
Alright, I'm going to stand up for a minute. I go give the dogs their cookie, since at this point I figure you guys probably want to just discuss, how you want to kind of approach this. I will do this, though, since I'm sure it will probably be somewhat of a good assistance to you. I'll put you on the map, so that you guys can potentially try and discuss if you think there's a place that would be a good place to, be a midpoint meeting ground, or whatever you want to call it. Alright, I'll be back in just a minute.
So where were they? Were they down over here? Or over here? Skytower. Or is it over there?
I'm back.
Welcome back. Well, we're discussing where the meeting is going to take place. We've convinced the chieftain.
Oh, yeah. Nice job, guys.
Oh, I didn't do shit. I'm meditating.
All right.
Well, Mallow did his best.
Mallow gave 6 fingers. We're happy.
You'll never guess where he hit the 6th finger.
In
I
my
can guess.
butthole.
I thought you'd like turned your tongue into a finger and just stuck it out. I mean, if we're going for equidistant between the two places, probably somewhere around there.
What even is there? Just a mountain path?
Yeah, the only way we were able to get to this place at all was we had to go around the mountain because this back area is not actually something we can traverse. Maybe they can, but we can't.
Right.
Do we have a time limit or anything? Do we just
Well, yeah. He said that when we leave, he'll essentially make his way to wherever we decide our meeting is, and if we don't arrive within a day, he'll assume the meeting was called off.
All right, so we have a day to get there and a day to get to that location.
Yeah.
And to convince the other class to
Well, I
also
think the other clan is on good enough terms with us that it won't really be an issue.
I mean, all we have to really say is that their leader has agreed to actually come out of his tower to go talk to them. Nut up or shut up.
Yeah, and the chieftain likes me and Leif, so
This is true.
Doesn't like me.
Yeah, we're pretty good about like crawling through holes and just sitting near rocks.
yeah. Who would have thought? Yeah, that's what like. That's why Mace would sort of like whisper into his ear, like, these people are just, I don't
Odd.
know. Yeah, I had to sit around a rock and crawl through a hole, and now I'm like a chosen one of their people.
They live deep in the mountains.
So as far as I mean, I assume neutral ground is good enough. We don't need to be on equal distance. I don't think, because either way, it would take too long for.
We just need a spot between there that we can get to the other party and make it in time for this meeting.
Yes.
So, what around here? I think just draw a fucking dot. Hang on.
Or you could just use your measure tool as a pointer.
Yeah, it's not always perfect. Like right here might work because in the time it would take him to get to that point, we could probably get to the other side and start heading back inside of a day. Like we want to kind of skew that location closer to the other group just so we can get back in time.
Yeah, I mean, because I
Would you
mean,
be able to fly to go tell the dude?
We can't go behind.
No, because
no,
back
Scara
here,
Oh
flies.
yeah, there's a wall there.
that ledge back here prevents
Oh
us
yeah.
from getting through that way. Otherwise, I would say meet in this little gully here.
Yeah.
I mean, I feel like considering that the Skytower people are the only ones that would have to go through there, and they have the availability of griffins.
I mean, it's something to consider if we think that would work.
I mean, I think so.
Yeah, if
Because
we went over on that side.
the Wyrmdoom people are like they just have a significantly easier path to travel, and it's close enough to Skytower that it will not really pose an issue to the chieftain.
I mean, it
The
sounds
question
like
is, how do we get to Wyrmdoom in time to like tell the chieftain and then travel to the location?
we just give him a be there in 3 days type deal. Like we set the timetable for when to show up.
Yeah,
Do we
that's
have
fair.
to go back to go tell the other chief, or is he going to head there anyways?
No, because the other chief, like this chief, the sky fucker chief, is not going to go anywhere near the other Goliath camp. That's why we're meeting on neutral ground.
Well, in my mind,
Yeah, I mean
the two options
little...
are either go here or go here somewhere.
I like the first one more personally.
Down here.
Yeah, it seems closer and it's
If
relatively
Rick
easier
lets
to
this
get
be
to.
a traversable path to get there, then yeah, I'd say we
I
do that.
mean, it should be. I think it looks traversable, and the other one should not pose an issue to the people with or like to the chieftain with a griffin. Now, the question here is, how do we get them to reconcile? Because they're both stubborn as hell.
Well, I mean, I'm always in favor of for the greater good and basically go, y'all could keep hating each other all you want, but I need both of you to work together to kill something that's bigger than both of you.
Well, the thing is, we've already tried that argument, and it didn't really seem to hold as much weight as we otherwise would have thought.
Yeah, but we did that when they were in front of their people and they both had to save face is the word I want to use.
Hmm.
Well, the mother didn't seem like she agreed with her son's viewpoints, really.
She was also powerless, though.
We could also try to convince one or both of the chieftains that being the first one to be like, yo, I fucked up. That's probably more of a long shot, though.
What I was thinking is, since they're so into competitions, it's like first one to kill Oral gets a cookie or something, you know?
Make it a sign of strength or something for the first one to
Yeah,
step up
or
and be
like,
like, all right, I declare on behalf of my people, we're done.
yeah, or you know, like essentially post the concept that being known as the clan that defeated or helped defeat the Frostmaiden
Fuck.
would
It could
essentially
also
gain them a
be.
bunch of territory.
We could just let them yell at each other for God knows how long, and just be like, "Hey, you guys want food?" And just have a good old fashioned like lock in at the rec station or something.
Just lock them in, not let them go.
Lock them in a room with each other, make them work together to break out. Fucking jigsaw this shit. But
All right, I am back.
there was I'm just getting flashbacks of an episode of Hey Arnold where like a lock in at the rec center always works.
Yeah. I don't know. I think
you don't like towers.
I think that they're so blindsided though that it's like they're not
What happened?
like
to
you're
me?
saying. They're just gonna fucking scream bitch and scream bitch and scream and bitch. Like they're not gonna listen to each other at all.
I guess we either need to make something that they will both listen to, or hope that they get so long-winded with each other that they just get tired of yelling and just like start actually having conversations with each other to talk
They're
about how
Goliaths.
annoyed they are that they're annoyed at each other.
They're Goliaths. They'll never be sick of yelling.
Gotta breathe and sleep sometime.
Um,
Breathe and sleep. Very specific choices of word here.
Have you watched
In-
Dragon Ball? Okay, you
Yeah,
don't need to
yeah.
breathe.
Those aren't Goliaths. Those are aliens.
Where do you think Goliaths came from?
Russia.
I think if we get them,
Sorry,
get
Canada.
them in the same spot, and then have did the first
We tell them, do you want to
Chief-
play a game?
did the first chieftain like have like a significant other or whatever that also was like kind of like
We're not
his-
taking family hostage.
No. The same thing as the mom. The mom didn't fucking agree with the other chieftain.
No, that I remember. Hang on, let me go through my notes here. Goodbye, who?
Kim.
No, it doesn't look like she had a significant other, but if this clan is more of a hierarchy, the other clan was more of a commune. That makes sense?
Yeah, I think if we get the chieftain from the first one and as many people as we can, have Leif stay with them. Have Leif
He
and
marries
Mace-
into the clan.
Have Leif be with them and have Mace be part of the other crew.
Teach them. how to
Okay. So I think I get where you're going with this. Like, have two parties accompany their chiefs to the location. Leave one of our people with each of the groups. Have the other two people go with the leaders and have this conversation. Is that what we're talking
They
about
wanted
here?
us to be present, though. They wanted Leif and I to be present.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying have you guys present as with each leader to help actually try to discuss them. Hey, we need to actually talk. Bitching and just going, no, it's your fault. No, it's your fault. It's not going to solve anything. You know, I explain. Yes, I understand you're fucking Goliaths, and pick big rock up and throw it at another one. But you know, both of your shit stink, and there's a bigger problem at hand. So
you're just saying you need Leif to bring about Goliath peace. You know, it seems
Yeah, peace
And
for the
Mace.
people.
seems like it's gonna be fun.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to bust out one of those casks from that bag of holding.
lots of fish and spam.
Yeah, we need Leif to create the United Goliath Emirates.
No, but I think it could go as if you guys act as like emissaries or like that kind of thing. I think that will work better than just being like, all right, you guys yell it out and we'll deal with it at the end. Like, have it be a discussion as like a break bread, break peace, talk to each other.
Hold on, on that train of thought. Rick, are you back?
Yes.
Did the chief of the Sky Towers declare any of us having passed trials and like official clan members, or no?
Not official clan members, but they respected us as equal in standing.
Correct.
Okay. So, I mean, if we've got technically, that means that both Leif and Mace have done it for both clans at this point.
It's
That's
not
why I
the
was
same
saying
thing on
have
both
them with
sides.
each
Yeah.
other.
It's not the same thing to both groups though.
No,
Yeah.
but they're at least like respected. I couldn't sit there and be like, "No, guys, come on, let's listen to each other."
Let's be fair. Would Mallow sit there and say, "Come on, let's listen to each
Fuck
other"?
No, he would, bro. It took everything I had not to transform into a fucking Goliath from the other place and bitch slap someone and run away.
Mello would be like,
You want to play a game?
"You want to play a game?"
Yeah, no, like I was about to just be
Heard
like,
that you're
"All right,
allergic to raisins.
let's deal with this the right way and let's
I
start
filled
a
this entire room with raisins.
start a fake war." But I was like, no, the boys wouldn't like that.
The boys.
The boys.
Look at Mallow growing out of himself.
All it took was removing his mask.
Yeah.
Cunts. Still
Oh,
fucking
I want
hate
to
all
get
of you.
cunts. He just needed some cunt.
I mean, sounds like we've got a rough strategy worked out for the meet itself. As for where we're meeting, Rick, we were thinking because they could take a griffin to it, we could have the Wyrmdoom clan come through this little valley to get to this open area here, and they could fly down to it this way.
Yeah, definitely doable.
So
I mean, it's so. Yeah. That'd be fine. So you'd probably have to set the meeting for.
well, it's
At
gonna take us a
least-
day and a half to get there, plus let's say another day to get there, so 3 days away.
I was gonna say 2, because it's. So we already know that it's about 14 to 16 hours from here to the.
Other camp.
Yeah. That
Okay.
little pathway, I mean, that's 5 miles. The Goliaths are pretty good, and you've got dog sleds. So that should only be 5 hours, and the others have griffins, so, 5 hours from their way. So realistically, you could theoretically head to Wyrmdoom. It'll take you, a day to get there. You'd want to rest, and then the next day you could be meeting.
Okay, so 2 days till the meet itself. Does seem agreeable to everyone?
Yeah.
Guess so, yeah.
Alright.
With the dogs, we should be able to reach just about any place quick enough.
So Base and Leif are taking lead on this then.
Yeah, it's still the only thing with me is how come you guys aren't gonna be there? I mean, it doesn't matter, but
No, we're gonna be there, but the premise is this: is that so both of you are at least respected by both clans. By having one of you with each leader will allow a different type of communication in my brain. Being able to have both of you to be like, like, hey, let's talk. And let's put both sides up and discuss this and try to come to at least somewhat of an understanding, because this is the situation that we're dealing with, and we need the land needs to be able to heal from what's going on, and you need to work together, at least side by side, not with one another, to be able to deal with this issue.
right. Yeah, you just don't think they're gonna listen to you. You two.
I know they're not going to listen to me,
Well, yeah, you suck, but
but you're respecting.
yeah,
like,
I guess
both of
that's
you.
right. Yeah.
Like
Makes
you
sense.
guys act as emissaries, and instead of just random people just being like, "Well, come on, bro."
You guys attempted the challenges and succeeded. Kara didn't attempt the challenges, period, and Mallow attempted but did not succeed. So
Yeah.
Succeeded one.
You
And
did?
the turtle stood there and laughed at him for it.
Oh, I think actually no, Rick, you never let me know. Did I succeed the second time?
Yes, you would have succeeded the second time.
So that's what I get a D.
I will
D6
amend my
or some
statement.
shit?
Yeah, you get the D6 thing as well.
Okay.
So Mallow's 1 for 2. Mason Leif for
1 for
2 for
3.
2. Kara didn't even
Mace-
care.
Mallow's,
I was
Mallow-
gonna say one
Mallow's
for
1 for 3. Yeah. Mace is
1 for
3 for
3.
3, and Leif is 2 for 2. Oh, actually, no, that's not true. Mace is 3 for 4. Leif is 2 for 3 because the stones.
What?
Right.
They both failed at the stones at the end of last session.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
I mean, that's still, honestly, considering you guys are going up against Goliaths, being at like a 70% or greater success rate is pretty fucking
Honestly,
incredible.
yeah.
I mean,
And I just helped yeet a small griffin out of a tower.
yeah, I mean, the thing is, Kara has gained respect, but it's just a very
Hey.
different respect.
Hey, I showed them spam. Okay.
You're not wrong.
And those
You've
people
taken
around the fire are like basically your best friend in the group right now. Especially
They're
that
gonna come and find
one
me.
guy who like had his life changed when he first saw you eating it, you know, and you squeezed it out of the goat skin, and he was like, "This is the greatest food I've ever had."
And it's like you can see the balls inside of it. And I'm just like
Yeah,
popping
exactly.
each one out.
They splurt out. It's like a gross splopping sound.
So tasty though.
For some reason, even though it's like a skin and it doesn't have any vacuum seal in it, you actually hear like the suction, like when it pops out of the can. You know, it's
Oh yeah.
like no. Regardless, yeah. I mean, for the most part, it's. I think you guys at least have an understanding of where you stand with them, which is good. We're just gonna skip the travel for the make it quick here. You guys. So, I guess my only thing I would ask for clarification on. Is someone staying here with the Skytower people?
I feel like the person who can travel the fastest would be Kara, but then that makes it harder. rest of
Well,
us.
all of you travel essentially the same speed as long as you're taking the dog sleds. So
I don't know
Let-
if anybody really needs to stay.
I heard you guys talking something to the effect of like splitting people up, one with each side. I wasn't sure if that was like now or later or whatever.
I was just trying to further clarify the idea. I don't know. I didn't know what was the main thought at that point when I said that. So
Yeah, I think as long as Mace and I are both there, I don't think we need
Yeah.
to like
I
show
think it'll
up
be
with
fine.
one or the other. Yeah.
Okay. So your instructions to these guys are head over to this place, you know, in 2 days.
In 3 days or 2 days, yeah.
Yeah, and we'll meet you there. Okay. In that case, the chieftain
Bring
of the chieftain of the Akhenathi clan would tell you if he doesn't see you guys within like 24 hours of arriving there, then he's leaving.
Mhm.
But besides that point, he agrees. So you guys
Does-
make your way back to the Wyrmdoom.
Does Pluzak have any like scry spells or like communication
I
over
can
long
absolutely
distances?
take a look for you.
Because not for me, but I'm sure he would listen to somebody else telling him like, hey, maybe we could use something like this of like.
Uzak, while you're in your
He might even offer
mushroom
it.
elevated mind state, could you tell me about all the spells that you can cast and
Yeah,
also
exactly.
your abilities and powers?
the incarnation of the SARS plague.
Oh God.
Okay, what? I've come to eliminate everyone. But unfortunately, the plague does not survive the cold, so I need Oral to go away.
I am the Black Death.
I know what you're thinking. It's not racist.
Yeah, I didn't know if he had anything that could communicate over distance or.
Yeah, I'm just taking a quick look through. He does not.
Okay.
Regardless, getting back on point, you guys would arrive back at the Wyrmdoom. When you get there, you'd be greeted with open arms again. Your friend Kapanuk would have made it back fine, and he would have once again told tales of, being rescued by a winged woman, and of course his party members are more than happy to embellish the tale with him. So you guys are received, if anything, even more warmly, which you wouldn't necessarily have believed possible. But there's cheers and everyone's happy to see you. And they would simply ask, the chieftain would walk back out, and she would be like,
Aye, it's great to see you again. Now, have you managed to finish off all of them Skytower fuckers or something?
Well, as much as we might have liked to.
Why
at the
do you
beginning.
stink of Skycat Tower? I know you
Well,
were
we
there,
kind
but
of-
it's a little different from what I expected. Did you partake in something? Food or one of their rituals or something?
All the
Spam.
above.
Well, I didn't
God,
eat
you're
anything.
actually participating. What have you done?
We've agreed to have their leader meet in a neutral position to speak with you.
Speak about what? About surrendering?
about just discussing this whole situation.
And surrendering.
That's
There are
between
no
you.
guarantees as to how it will evolve. I'm sure you both have reasonable motive to believe that you're in the right. And so we are merely hoping that at least we can settle this feud once and for all by talking, specifically.
And what exactly is it that we're going to be talking about?
Putting aside differences and fighting a greater common foe, hopefully. But honestly, it's whatever you two decide to speak about when you meet face to face.
Ah,
It's just
so there are surrender terms. Gotcha. Understood.
Flat out,
We'll
let him
figure it
kill
out
that.
one for there. Either way, we are meeting them. Well, at this point, it would be a day over, right?
in a
Yeah,
day to
basically
the
you would say
south.
you'd say like in the morning essentially, or
Yeah.
something to that effect.
In the morning, down the southern end of this valley, I guess I would call it.
The colon of the dragon. Gotcha.
Yeah, Kara would whip out the map and be like,
Here.
Yeah, that's what she calls the chasm.
Further down is the dragon's rectum.
Oh no, we call it that because it's the valley it used to take massive shits in. Anytime it would be eating us, like the next day over, we'd find our weapons and our jewelry and massive piles of shit down in that valley.
Must be pretty fertile.
Oh, it was wonderful before the ices.
Might have to take good note of that. Do you know if dragon shit is flammable?
I know it was at one point. I don't know about it anymore. And if you can even find it, it's probably fossilized. Oh, I get what you're thinking. We set it up in the area of the meeting, and then we light all them Skytower fuckers on fire. That's a great idea. Oh.
It's a meeting between chieftains, unfortunately. No other.
So we're gonna be bringing people and
unmemorable.
having them set up an ambush. I like the way you think.
A little help.
I don't want to be rude or insulting, but he agreed to come solo because he thought he would be the bigger person.
Aye, and we'll make sure to crush him with bigger force.
Well, he did say you were welcome to bring your axe.
Did you say axe or X? Because I'm sure that
Axe.
she has plenty.
She actually kind of narrows her eyes at that note though. It says,
Wait, actually, you're not joking.
No, we're not.
No.
Alright, in all seriousness then, what are we actually going to be talking about? I mean, there's no words that are going to solve this problem.
You
not
say
trying
that, but
You don't need to solve the problem, but you could put it aside. You've both admitted to us that your clans are not as great as they once were because you've been committing warriors to a slaughter until Clan Ruslan put it down into the ground.
and quite frankly, while we could make our way over to their place and ask them to step in, we think that you all are persistent enough that you might find a different way to overcome this challenge that's been presented and is keeping you on a stalemate for a while now. Both your peoples have different qualities that make you commendable, and as such, we figure that as Goliaths, as
Warriors.
people who knows how to overcome any and all adversities, a simple peace summit would hardly be a big deal to you.
By no means are we asking you to forgive or forget, but to at least put it aside and start trying to work with each other again. No one has to say they were wrong, no one has to say they were right. But for
You don't
both
even
of you
have to follow the battle.
for both of you to thrive, it does need to come to an end.
Besides, well, actually, we'll leave that for the summit. I think it's something that you both might want to consider.
Well, you've at least piqued me interest. I'm willing to go, but only if you promise me that when that fucker ends up turning his back on us again and betraying us like happened the first time, you're gonna take me side and we're gonna kill his ass.
You know, out of character, I'm not opposed. Like in Mage's eyes, at least, the Wyrmdoom people were a lot more understanding and amenable than
the Skytower people. So
Kara would, the warrior in Kara is like, you'd stab a man in the back instead of in his face? Fucking pussy.
Oh,
But she wouldn't say that out loud, but she's got that ruffled feather look of like, you would stab a person in their back? What?
well,
That wasn't what she said, though.
I know that's not what she said.
Okay.
as long as they don't turn their backs or expose their necks, I think everything will
You
be
just
okay.
look over at Pluzak, and he's already in his shell. I'm doing good.
You can't break my back and you can't get my neck and shut
Yeah.
me out.
I did the things May said. Oh,
Alright.
God.
But just have to get them both there at this point, and we'll figure out the rest of it when they're not surrounded by their clansmen.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I'm kind of banking on the fact that they lose some of the wind in their sails when they're by themselves.
That's fine. We'll see what happens. In that case, you guys will take another long rest here.
and could I ask something? Not to the chief, but like seeing as we're sort of prepping for this peace summit.
Yeah,
I would
absolutely.
love to ask Pluzak to prepare an extra special meal along with Leif, because Leif knows with what their tastes are more like. It seems, I don't know.
They just miss fish. And that's something that they like, but can't get.
Yeah, but they're like simple taste, but it's like very rustic, very traditional or folklore if you want. And Pluzak's the cook, so maybe it can set the scene a little better.
Absolutely. We can absolutely do that. Give me 1 sec. I'm just making note of some time stuff quick. Okay. So, just for frame of reference, you guys would have been at... You would have arrived back at Wyrmdoom actually at about midnight. You would be long resting to about 8 a.m. the next day, and then plus 5 hours to get to the summit location would put
Right.
you at about 1 in the afternoon. So just for frame of reference.
Yeah, no worries.
Okay. Because I didn't really have a summit planned, let me just do this.
I mean, we don't really need a map, do we?
Yeah.
Unless
guess
we're gonna get into
yeah,
fisticuffs,
that's
but
true. I guess we really don't.
Until
if
the
we
fighting
Okay.
happens.
So I do have a random encounter map available, depending on how things go later. So if it turns out we do need to fight, I'll just bring us to that map, and I'll just hide everything first.
yeah.
But for now, we'll do it, theater of the mind for the moment, and until it proves necessary otherwise.
Mhm.
Awesome. Okay. In that case, yeah. So you guys would make it to that summit, unless there's anything that you want to do before leaving besides the food. Pluzak would definitely take some of Leif's fish, and he would make a stew, much like was made at the Skytower place. He would take some mushrooms off of his back. He'd be very specific about what he selects, and he would mix
Making
it
sure
with,
not to take anything poisonous.
well, not even poisonous per se, but like it's more like he kind of reaches back and he's like tenderly touching the mushrooms, and every once in a while he grabs one of them after probing it. And while you can't tell what exactly the criteria is that he's choosing these by, you can tell that he's just being very choosy. There's some reason behind what why he's choosing things and what he's doing. If you want to ask him about it, feel free. But
Pluzak, international assassin.
it could be. But otherwise, he seems to just be tossing a good number of mushrooms into the stew. Add some seasoning, basic stuff, just some salt, some crack some black pepper and tosses it in. Tiny things that he could carry in pouches as part of his chef's kit. And then
Right,
he
seasoning.
just serves up a nice little stew, a nice little soup. It's probably not a stew; it's a soup. Just dried fish, rehydrated in water with some extra veggies and seasoning. But because it's something very much outside the purview of what Goliaths usually eat these days, they are all very thoroughly enjoying the meal.
Nice, very nice.
The chieftain's pretty happy. She sees her people not only getting a good meal, but being very excited about it, and she's definitely enjoying the soup herself as well. So she also leaves in a very good mood that day, as she heads off with you guys on your dog sleds. At least I'm assuming that's the intention.
Yeah, I think so.
So you would arrive at the location that you were supposed to meet. and you would find that the Skytower chieftain is already there. He is kind of got a little camp set up. There's a makeshift tent that looks just to be kind of like skins set up over sticks, and there's a griffin sitting right next to it, kind of its wings curled around itself. The snow has kind of been cleared from the area where it's laying, just to give it less cold to be laying on. And there's a tiny fire burning. And as you guys kind of pull up and approach, or at least as you get a couple 100 feet away, 100, 150 somewhere around there, the griffin kind of crows and lets the chieftain know that something is coming, and he comes out of the tent and sees you guys, and he just stands there next to his griffin, kind of slightly tense, but otherwise seems alone and waiting for you guys.
Okay. Oh, there. Okay. Garrus tending to the dogs.
This is on you guys.
Yeah.
But it's just him, right? Just him and his griffin.
It is him and his griffin. That's all that you see.
So, I guess I would motion for Leif, and I guess I would tell him, okay, we each will stand with one chieftain, with each chieftain, and we'll with the help of Bluzak, we'll just sort of like lay a table and essentially just put the food in there for them to like eat at their own leisure. And
okay, I see what you're saying. So you brought some of Pluzak's food with you. I missed that was happening. Okay.
Yeah, that was kind of the
when
purpose.
You said with the help of Pluzak, I was like, is he going to be the table? I'm really confused.
Yeah,
but
Shell
yeah,
up.
that
He's
makes
just gonna
that makes
travel back
way
and
more
forth.
sense. Yeah, he takes and he quickly walks over to the fire, of the Akhenathi chief, and he puts like a covered. He takes a covered pot that had like been tied with some rope to make sure that the top would stay on, and he unties it and he puts it over the fire, and he stirs it. It takes a couple minutes, but it reheats pretty readily, and he takes a couple bowls and he brings them over, and the chieftain of the Wyrmdoom Craig has already had some of this soup, so she knows it's good, and she takes it readily, and she sips at the broth and treats it more like a tea. She's not really eating it readily, but it's a good little, keeping her warm sort of thing, and she's elderly, so she's like not super elderly, but she's older, so she definitely takes that and is happy to have it. The other chieftain, on the other hand, takes it, and he takes a single bite of it and realizes that it's fish soup, and he's like, I have not had fish in forever, and he just starts like chugging it down. Pluzak has to refill his bowl twice before he's even like ready to talk, sort of thing. But he says his thanks and he seems very satisfied, pats his belly. But otherwise, he kind of looks up. And which one of you is close to him? Is it Mace that's on his side or Leif?
This is the Skytower chief.
Yes.
I think it's better if Leif does.
I was gonna say it's probably me because I think you're tighter with the.
I'm a little partial to the Wyrmdoom
All right.
chief. Yeah.
That's perfect. So he looks up at Leif, who at this point has kind of started standing next to him just to help take sides and ease into this summit a little. And he says, I am impressed that you managed to actually bring her out alone. I am not going to lie. I had some people ready and waiting that if my griffin cried, they could come running on their own birds.
I'm sure she's not quite as alone as we think as well. You got to take your precautions. So.
She grins as you say this, and in fact looks over and says, Aye, the boy to be right. We haven't exactly trusted ye for long enough that we could actually come to this sort of a meeting without me having a group following behind us. If they come and see anything that looks like violence occurring, they'll be rushing in. But for now, we're going to actually trust these adventurers, as it may seem, and I guess try and talk things out somehow.
We appreciate your trust in us, despite the short life as of now of our relations with each of you.
Oh, Jesus, here I was thinking you were threatening us, short life. And the
Oh,
Goliath
gods,
actually,
no.
kind of guffaws a little. He's like,
No.
I would like to see them try.
We both understand that you are both each formidable in your own way, and we would never dare to insult your peoples in such matters. However, the reason why you both here is plain and rather obvious. We want to help you move along from this feud that's been occupying the center stage of your people's lives for a while now. We understand, for the most part, the grievances that might have been caused to either side. We know that each side has their own reasons to believe they're in the right, and quite frankly, we are not asking you to forgive, as my uh, friend Kara might have said before, nor are we asking you to forget. This is not a matter for us to decide for you to put away. We're simply asking you to, at the very least, consider putting it on pause, giving yourselves the time to think and reflect and focus your efforts elsewhere. While we will point out that your issues have led to a lot more bloodshed than what originally caused it, it is not the main focus here. You see, as we've both plainly expressed to both of you, we need your help. We are going against the Frostmaiden herself, and as outlandish and crazy as such a plan might sound, we are not doing so lightly, and know that whatever we may encounter on our way to encounter such a foe, we're going to need the help of as many people as we can in order to make this a success, or the closest thing to it. We know that Goliaths are the fiercest warriors that there are in the tundra, and seeing as both your peoples are motivated by the prospect of challenge and overcoming adversity, we want to offer you two a chance at claiming this feat of strength, and point out that while you don't have to trust each other and don't necessarily have to follow each other into battle, I can only imagine that achieving such a feat as deposing the Frostmaiden can only earn your clans, respectively, if not individually, a great deal of respect, even in the eyes of such people as the Ruslan clan, which might come to see you as equals. If I understand correctly, their feats of strength and daring would rival even this, so I can only imagine that alone might be an interesting prospect to either of you.
Okay, I didn't want to interrupt you. You're good?
Yeah,
right.
For now.
So, excuse me. As you finish up, the Wyrmdoom leader would look at you, and she would go,
There's lots of pretty words that you said there. Some of them right, some of them very, very wrong, especially in regards to Ruslan. Shows you've never met one of them. Regardless, the issue that I have is, no matter what you say, your solution will not work well. Even if we were to put everything aside right now, but to not forgive and to not forget, if we were to build our clans back up, and we were to allow ourselves to get to how we once were, before resuming this feud, all it would serve to do is shift the problem further down the line. It would create the same issue again for someone that wasn't us, and they wouldn't even actually know the reason for which they were fighting. While I do agree with you that, to some point, we need to find an end to this, I can't say that putting it away, trying to forget it, it's not the right way.
and almost immediately, the leader of the Skytower clan, he actually kind of gives a bit of a sneer, and he a smug laugh at the same time, and
For once, the old goat actually makes some sense. If we are here to speak of peace, then pretending that things are okay and not solving the problem will do nothing for anybody. Either give us a solution or allow us to go about our ways once more.
Well, the way I see it, things are rather simple. Besides, neither of you is willing to bow their heads. Nor do I think that that would provide any kind of solution that any or both of you would be satisfied with.
I know
As
not what
such,
you
I did
mean.
not want.
If this old goat were to say that she is clearly in the wrong, has been in the wrong this whole time, I am more than happy to forgive her stubbornness, but we will not be the ones to say that we were wrong. And at the same time, she's like,
Aye, of course, we're the ones who are wrong, despite being wronged by ye all those years ago. Right. That's of course how it's got to go. Of course, always subservient to the Skytower, because they're too afraid of us.
And that is exactly what I meant. Neither of you is willing to accept blame for whatever happened all that time ago. That's why I did not want to ask you to do such a thing. But you're right. Pretending that it didn't happen or putting it for another time is not going to suffice. But I will warn you. That's what you just mentioned. Your generations fighting for something that they don't know the value of or the reality of is getting closer and closer with the passing of every year. And soon enough, I mean, eventually, one clan or the other is going to find itself in dire need of help or resources. And eventually, either or both clans are going to end up in a terribly bad position and possibly putting their people in more danger than they would have if they had just decided to
so I am
put their
confused.
differences aside. and
You
work
have
together.
brought us all this way just to what? Tell us something that we have already known? The reason for
No.
which that we have not been fighting all this long while? I don't understand what it is that you are trying, but it is not working for me.
I think what my friend here is trying to say is you don't want your children fighting your war, a feud that you have. Soon, with every year, he's saying it gets closer that they won't even know what they're fighting about.
Correct. We understand this.
So what would it take for you to be able to work with them?
At literally the exact same time, they just both point at each other, and they're like, "She has to give up."
Easy, he has to give up.
Give up what? Lands, people?
Just admit that he was wrong, that we were right, and that at this point, he is not subservient, is the lesser being, that they were wrong and we were right. And he's like,
We were not wrong. You are the one who hit that damn thing with the ball
As
out of
that
your
goes-
anger.
Okay, as that goes on, I want to cast Minor Illusion and just, with a booming voice, just go quiet.
Okay, you do that, and as you do, it startles both of the Goliaths, and the griffin that's there immediately screeches out, and it steps forward with its claws bared. It steps in front of its owner technically, and starts protecting the chieftain from the Skytower clan. And in doing that, it actually causes the Wyrmdoom chieftain to actually go wide-eyed, and she shrieks. And she starts raising her axe above her head, ready to attack this griffin as it comes closer to her.
I'll just go in between both of them.
Yeah, I'll extend one of my
So,
wings as well to
There's
cover the.
there's currently a
Wyrmdoom
griffin in
chieftain.
between the both of them, so you can step in front of the Skytower chieftain, or you can step in front of the griffin. Leif. Mace, you can definitely extend a wing in front of the chieftain on your side. That's not too hard.
Well, I guess I'll go in front of the Skytower guy and just try and reassure him that to pay no mind to our other friend.
He means
What other
well, but
friend?
he's
There was
also
a lord's voice. Someone else is here to interfere. I will not allow one of her men to do such.
No,
I get up and I calmly say, that was me. Both of you speak with emotion and not with thought.
Why is there a pansy man talking?
I do not know. He passed out in our place. Believe it or not, couldn't even make it through the hole despite how much of a twink he looks like.
Both of you have spent all this time stating that each other is wrong instead of looking forwards to the future as they were stating. Stop bickering and start thinking.
I don't understand how all you be thinking that we're not acting in better, or in acting for the good of our people. I mean, the whole reason that we haven't been fighting these last couple of years, that it's become such a problem that we went to Clan Ruslan in the first place, is because we know it's bad for our people. But it's not the same thing to acknowledge that as it is to give up. Goliaths do not give up.
And that's like, again, the other one just... You know, as much as I hate you, it is always strange to see how much you are all great Goliaths in the Wyrmdoom.
I'm gonna look at let me look at both of them and the Skytower and the Wyrmdoom chieftains and just be like, do we know exactly what we are fighting about? What this feud is even about?
Aye, boyo, of course I know, because I'm the one who was mauled by their stupid griffin all those days back, and he, of course, was a child back then too, and saw it happen.
And the other one is like, of course, which is why I know that you threw the ball at that griffin with ill intent. Your anger caused you to do something wrong, and it is your fault to begin with.
Just look at the Wyrmdoom chieftain and be like, did you throw a ball at a griffin?
As he's
out of anger?
asking this, I'm very quickly going to cast this.
Oh shit!
Very well used, Claw. All right, so it is verbal and somatic, so they will most certainly know that you are doing that or know that something is happening. I'm going to say a 15-foot radius. I'm going to assume you're centering it at a point that it basically tries to cover both of
Yeah, I
each,
mean,
the
we're
Goliaths.
kind of like a table's length away.
Yeah,
so I feel like...
and well, I mean, there's a griffin in between you guys, but I would say that even then, if you place it on the griffin, it's a 15-foot radius, which means both of the chieftains are going to get hit by that, no problem.
that works.
So, and yeah, I mean, it looks like you can place it wherever you want. So yeah, they would see you, moving your hands, and they would hear you saying something, but neither of the chieftains are quite aware of what it is that's happening, and they're both very heated, so they're not exactly going to stop to figure out what it was. And as soon as Leif asks that question, the chieftain of the Wyrmdoom would basically answer his question.
Of course, I remember. I was the child. I was the one. I knew exactly what happened back in that day. And all that was happening is we were playing the game, and a ball went a little bit outside where it was supposed to, and it happened to hit a griffin. It was not on purpose. I loved the birds at that time. I thought they were beautiful. I wanted to ride one day. And now I can't look at them without being afraid. And I hate it.
And she's like very clearly passionate about everything she's saying.
We'll just look at the Skytower, the chieftain, and be like, you see, I think this was a big misunderstanding.
I see what? I see that the woman is very good at being emotional, like women do. I do not know the problem.
I'm not sure your mother would appreciate that comment.
My mother is literally the one who told me that you watch out for girls because they are more emotional. You have to be careful. It is the reason that they are somewhat frightening to me. I mean, I never liked them to begin with, but if I don't have to interact with them, why? Why do? And then you think back and you realize that, like, the population of Skytower is significantly more men-based, and you don't know why. But, like, thinking back, you only met, like, 2 women while you were there. The old one and maybe one other.
Kara while brushing the dog. Oh my god.
Well,
I was right. This is all just sexual tension.
but it can't be he's gay.
Maybe he's just a closet bi. You don't know.
This is true.
You have a zone of truth you can ask.
I mean, I will ask him, do you honestly believe that the griffin that was killed all those years ago was killed in vengeance?
We know it was killed in vengeance. They admit it was killed in vengeance. And even the other chieftain goes,
Aye, boy, I don't know what that question means. We do admit that we went and killed it because it kept hunting us. It was trying to eat more of us after attacking me.
And actually, the Skytower guy would take somewhat offense to that, though, and be like, you lie! You hunted it down in its nest! It never hurt anyone besides you!
Zone of truth. He can't lie.
As far as he's aware, that is true.
Yeah, that is true, according to him. Is this what happened? I'll ask to the first chieftain, the Skytower chieftain.
The Wyrmdoom one. She'll
Wyrmdoom
say...
one, yeah.
She'll actually, I mean, she doesn't know about
Her
the
name
zone.
is Ogolai, by the
That
way.
is true.
Yeah, Ogolai.
Correct. She doesn't know about the zone, but I mean, her answer would essentially be, all I know is that I was bedridden. Okay, I had scars across my face, wounds, open wounds all over my body. As a child, I was fevered. I was unable to leave the caves for several months. And by the time that I was out, I was told about exactly what happened, and that's what I've told you. If me clansmates were the ones who said that it was the same griffin who attacked me that was trying to hunt us all down, then that is exactly what happened, and I am not one who's going to be doubting them.
Don't you both see that?
Kara from the Outer Banks. Who threw the ball that hit the griffin?
I did!
You guys
It
are-
was me! That's where the fucking face scars are from! And I will remind you quick of her appearance.
No, she went to go retrieve the ball.
She...
I said, who threw the original ball?
Yes, she's still claiming that it was her. And I will remind you quick. I'm trying to find it. One sec.
No, that was me trying to clarify. That's all.
Yeah.
No, I have her description. I know she's got a scar.
It's just for everybody. Just a second. Yeah, so it's a female Goliath with many scars. She wears a white cloak made of mountain goat hide. And very specifically, a lot of the scarring is on her face. So, but yeah, regardless, she's claiming she's the one that threw the ball. She's the one that went to get the ball. All that.
It is unfortunate that you're not seeing what's happening here. Ogolai here clearly has had a great respect and admiration for your friends and family, the Griffins. You treat them with such reverence, and you know that they are majestic creatures, and Ogolai here seems to recognize that. Unfortunately, thanks to the events all those years ago, she will never see how truly majestic these creatures by herself. Do you mean to tell me, Skytower's chief's name? Who's
Yeah,
hold on.
I'll pull it back up again as well. Just
Insert his name here.
yeah, you're good, man. It's hard. He is actually. You never asked his name. I will tell you though. His name is Arn. Arn.
Arn. Okay.
And his husband's name is Barn.
Harad, actually.
God damn it.
Do you mean to tell me that you would bar one of your own, and I'm not talking about your clan, I'm talking about your people, the Goliaths, from truly knowing and even viewing these creatures as hostile, as terrifying, as evil, despite how significant they are to you? It really doesn't matter. I understand that you don't surrender. I get that you're both gunning for victory here, but the real victory, the victory that you both want to achieve today, is to know that you overcame the one thing that is preventing both your peoples from prospering and finding longevity and prosperity on this fucking barren wasteland, and that is your pride. Overcome that, and not even the Frostmaiden could stand in your way. But of course, who am I to say anything like that, right? After all, the challenge might just prove too much for you.
So as you finish saying this, it's very clear that both the chieftains are actually kind of deep in thought. Arn has his arms crossed. Ogolai is tapping her chin, while kind of her fingers are like wrapping the haft of her axe. They're like just drumming it in a kind of rhythmic way. And eventually, it's actually Ogilai who says something first, and she kind of comes to recognize, what it is you're laying down, and she's saying, "So what you're saying is, it's kind of like a challenge to be overcome in the past in order to protect those that we hold close." And Arn says, "Yes, it is as if what he means is that it is in resisting the urges, in allowing them to still exist but not giving in to them, that we are challenging ourselves while at the same time bettering our clans. This is a very strange and interesting concept.
It is exactly that.
What
It is
say
in-
you, old gold? Would you be willing to at least try this interesting method? As far as I can see, at worst, all it would be the worthlessness that he originally suggested in setting aside our differences for a while. Because in all honesty, if it doesn't work, that is all it becomes." And she looks back and says,
Aye, you old griffin fucker. I hate to admit it, but turns out he might just be right. Might have actually been a good thing to start looking at outsiders for some different perspectives, as it may be. You know what? I think we might be able to at least try and challenge ourselves. It is the Goliath way, after all.
and Arn kind of nods, and he pats the griffin on the haunch, and it kind of starts calming down at that point and steps back a little, and he looks over at her, at Ogilai, and he says, "It is actually kind of good to hear that you have thought of our beasts as majestic. It is good to know that somewhere in that decrepit old heart of yours lies at least some care for the natural creatures of the world." And she says back,
Oh, you know that the only thing we ever actually tried to kill was that damned dragon. Everything else was just something throwing itself at us that we had to overcome. I mean, even the dragon was to some extent, but it tried to run, and we said, "No, fuck you, you came at our home."
and the other guy laughs, and he's like, "Ah, yes, of course. I've heard the tale many times from your parents back when I was a child. It is one of the reasons I always had respect for you Wyrmdoom fucks." And they both are kind of like nodding at each other at this point, and actually seeming to kind of at least find some semblance of peace.
Achievement unlocked.
It sounds like
Peace maintained, fucker.
maybe a ride on the Griffin would seal the deal.
Or a ride on his dick. I mean,
I
Griffin.
mean,
Yeah, mhm.
if you wish, it is not exactly impossible, but I am not sure.
No!
She's
No!
already on the Griffin.
No!
She's like backing way up. She's just not want near the griffin.
Damn it.
I mean, zone of truth. No, I want to, but I can't. No, I want to, but I can't.
No, if anything, because of the
Too
zone
scary.
because of the zone of truth, you would all just see the terror on her face. She does not want to get close to the griffin.
Well, I guess you guys will have to work on that.
I don't think I'll be working on anything there, boyo. I'm too old to be overcoming this fear. It's something. Well, sometimes when things are set into you as a child, they just stick with you for life. But it'll be good to know that I can at least tell the children of the Wyrmdoom that, well, not all griffins are bad. At least some we gotta watch out for, I guess. Some of the wild ones, but at least I know the Skytower, for the moment being, might not necessarily need to be something to be worried about.
And Arn would actually look at her and nod and just, "I will do my best to convince the others when I return. The concept of it being a challenge is something, though, that I believe almost all Goliaths will be more than willing to try."
I'll look at Arn and just be like, and maybe we keep the Griffins a little farther away from the games next time.
He'll nod, and if anything, Ogilai actually kind of gives it a slight chuckle. She's still staring at the griffin with kind of worry in her eyes, and she says,
In all honesty, if it's easier, I could just build them somewhere to stay a little bit farther away from the Craig. In all honesty, it's not like I really want them all that around and that close these days.
and Arn just kind of chuckles a little and says, "As long as they are within range that they can hear our whistles, I think this is acceptable.
That seems good enough to me.
Are you actually going to cast Speak with Animals?
Yep.
Okay, then what is it you wish to say?
I'm just typing it.
Yeah, that's fine. Alright, so since it's able to understand you, it would look over at you, and it would be like, "Hey, you woman, I don't give a shit. Alright?
Kara just gives him the stink eye like, the fuck you say?
Back to
Said-
the kitchen with you.
I said, hey, yo, woman, I don't give a shit, alright? This guy feeds me, and I'm gonna make sure that he gets home with me so that he can feed me more."
Alright,
I'll fuck your
DeMarcus.
shit up if you bother me.
He is going to keep doing that, but, you might be
You might
dealing
have
with
to
his
do it through a
missus.
tube if you keep talking to me like that.
Listen, man, she got an axe. You get her to put that axe away, maybe I can step back. Till then, I'm gonna be right here.
Have you ever stopped to think that if you take 2 steps back, just 2, no more than that, she might lower the axe a little bit?
You ever
You step
think that I can fly farther and faster than you, so I ain't gonna listen to what you saying?
Bitch, please, I could hit you a mile away.
I don't give a shit. I can eat your face and your ears. Your delicious, delicious looking ears.
You can try, but they just come back, and then so do I.
So it gives out like a caw, and Arn is kind of confused, and he looks at it. "What is wrong with you? Are you okay, my little pea kittens?" And he's like, just kind of caws again, looks over at you, Kara, and then looks back down at Arn, looks back up, and kind of stands in between you and Arn now.
He wants my ears for having a chat. Don't worry, won't escalate.
He wants your ears. You're having a chat. I have no idea what either of those statements mean.
He wants to eat my ears. We're having a chat. Don't worry about it.
I
You
am
can speak
actually
with
quite
beasts.
concerned now.
Yeah, it seems that most of your griffins have a distinct taste for eating ears. Don't know why. Trying to get to the bottom of it.
Just yours.
Yeah, at that point, the griffin's like, "I ain't got a thing for anybody's ears, but your ears look delicious."
How about you let me nibble them, baby girl?
Just give him an ear.
Just a little.
I'm not giving those away anymore.
That one on the right side looks like it might be even a little fresher. It like licks its lips.
You just Kara cracks her neck slightly in both directions, just like you don't want to go down that route.
thinking
It's at
I
this
might
point that I
wanna
would
go down
probably
that
dispel
route.
Zone of Truth.
It would be very, very poor showing in front of your caretaker.
I ain't gonna do nothing unless he tells me I'm allowed to. But you got some delicious looking ears, girl. You keep that in mind.
Oh, I know.
I take good care of them. I moisturize them every night.
Okay, maybe not this one. Points to the one on the side of her head that Serena cut off. She's like, "It's new though. I don't need it.
It's a little
it's-
tender.
it's got that baby skin still."
Just because you can fly doesn't mean I can't try to keep up with you. And believe me, I've already taken out my fair share of aerial targets.
I don't know. Them puny little wings. I could fly circles around you 3 times till Sunday.
And I'm not doubting you could. But because they are smaller, I can make tighter turns.
No, you can't. I got the aerial acuity of a goddamn fighter griffin.
What the fuck?
And in this time, as Kara is slowly drawing that griffin away from the group, I'm hoping that they're having a conversation without
The
it.
griffin has not moved. It's just
Ah.
it's positioned itself a little bit more in between you and Arn than it was between Ogalai and Arn.
Well,
As
now
a
that's-
little conversation switch. How's the young one doing? He get over the fear of flying yet? Does he like it yet?
Oh, are you the winged one with the delicious ears he keeps talking about? Now I know what he means.
that little boy's got good taste.
Yeah, basically.
Just keep in mind, I taught him how to fly. I know a thing or two.
Hey, you want to go? I'm game to go. And he looks over at
Griffin.
Arn and he just like kind of crows at Arn and flaps his wings a couple of times and then like motions his head towards Kara. And Arn looks confused at first and then he looks over at you and he goes, "Did you challenge my griffin to a race?
Yeah, I did.
Wish to race a griffin? Are you insane?"
A little bit.
Looks over at Ogalai. "Where the fuck did you find these people?" And she's like,
Aye, technically they are actually the ones that found us. It turns out that one of our men was captured by some of the Durgar, and as they were going through the fortress wiping them out, they happened to find him. He invited them back, and they actually followed through.
And Arn's just like, that is actually the strangest and kind of most metal thing I have ever fucking heard. It's very cool.
We are happy you enjoy our feats of valor.
Oh, very
No
much
worries
so.
about
I'm
that.
not going to lie. At the end of all of this, regardless of what has happened with Wyrmdoom up until this point, it has been very interesting to know that there are those outside of the Goliath clans who can actually stand toe to toe with the Goliath traditions. Thank you, Brain.
Oh, if it makes you feel any better, after we're done here, we're actually going to go talk to Clan Ruslan.
Oh, well, look at that, lassie. I think you actually broke him. Although I would tell you don't go to Clan Rusin. Not unless you actually have some reason or some way of getting there without them challenging you or... yeah, that's actually really the scariest thing.
We have an inn.
You have an in with Clan Ruslan? And how did you manage that?
We know a friend who knows the chief.
Yet know someone who knows that... I would tell you this. Is it someone that you know well?
In what
Well
capacity?
enough to sleep naked with him.
Kara will pause.
What capacity?
I mean, is it someone you trust? Because honestly, those who get along with Clan Ruslan are one of two types of people. They're either fucking insane or they're fucking strong. And in either regard, it's something you need to be wary of.
I
From what
trust
I
him with
remember
my
him
titties.
telling me, former companion.
Of a former companion of a Ruslan.
Something about traveling up and down the Sword Coast.
They both of the Goliaths look at each other, and Arn is actually the one to speak up because Ogoli's like jaw is like on the ground, and he just says, "Are you telling me you have met someone that the leader of Clan Ruslan traveled the coasts with?"
Yes.
I will tell you this, girl, because you have earned much respect, I assume from both of our clans. And he looks over at Ogilai and she nods. You need to be very, very careful with these people if you do not know them. There are things in this world that are outside the zone of what most would consider to be the realm of normalcy. And everything that surrounds Ruslan is so far beyond those bounds that it is not something any should deal with without proper preparation.
Flashes back to some of the moments she remembers of her time in Valhalla. I think I got this.
He just
Flashes
kind of
back to every death since.
he kind of gives you a slow nod and just says, I do not know you well enough to know if that is the truth, so I will trust that you know yourself to know that case.
Walks into the circle, thinks again. Got this.
I believe he said he dismissed it, but yeah.
Yeah, I dismissed it,
But either way,
Never mind.
Ogilai does kind of look at you and is like,
I kind of have to agree with him here, girlie. You got to be careful. You're technically one of us now, a Goliath at heart. You've helped our clans in a way that no one else has been able to, ye and your friends. So it would not exactly do us a well to let you wander yourself straight into the monster's mouth, as it were, at least not without the right sort of warnings and preparation.
What preparation were we talking about?
Just be prepared that anything that's offered to you, you need to think about twice. If it sounds like it's a challenge that's much too easy to be true, then there's gonna be some sort of catch. And if it sounds like something that you're not able to beat them in, it's probably the right sort of thing to take, because honestly, you're not going to be able to overcome a Ruslan in a Ruslan challenge.
Would you mind giving an example of what a normal Ruslan challenge is?
She looks over at Arn, and he just chuckles. Don't worry, I've already told them. A Ruslan challenge is something as simple as walking the entirety of the Sword Coast to prove you can. You believe you have the time, the patience, and the strength to do such a thing?
Yeah, probably. But it'd have to be after I finish what I'm here to do.
Ah, but that is the problem. With Ruslan, the challenge always comes first. If you are challenged to do such a thing and you refuse, then you are to leave the village. If you are challenged to do such a thing and you accept, then it must be done now. You are not to be able to leave and do later.
So would I be able to challenge them to take on a god?
It depends upon whether or it depends upon whether or not they believe that would be a challenge in the first place. I'm not going to lie. Some of the tales I have heard from the Ruslan, even a god might not exactly make them wince.
They sound like just the sort of people we might want fighting one with you.
If you believe that you could convince them, then go right ahead. I will tell you this. If you are able to convince Clan Ruslan to fight by your side against this god of yours, then we will be more than willing to fight by their side as well. And even Ogilai is like,
Aye, actually, I got to kind of agree with the old bastard here. If Clan Ruslan's on the field, then I know that nothing's going to be happening to my men, because at the end of the day, they see another Goliath in trouble. They'll consider it a challenge to save him just because they can.
Noted. Thank you. Putting into notes, recruit, clan, Ruslan, caps lock.
At this point, the sun would be starting to kind of, wane. It's not exactly that it's ever peeking behind the clouds, but you can definitely see that the light is starting to dissipate in a way that is starting to say that it's starting to head towards evening. Ogle, would kind of look up at the sky and look down at Arn and just say,
Well, as much as I hate to say it, it's actually been good speaking with you, you old bastard. I'm going to head back to my clan now, and might as well give them the bad news. But, take care of yourself. I apparently will be seeing you around.
and he says back to her, "Yes, as much as I hate to say, you are right. This challenge, it is going to be interesting. But I am actually kind of excited to try life this way. You take care of yourself, old goat, and if we are lucky, maybe in a few years' time, we may be able to gather for yet another game of your goat ball." And she actually gives him a wide smile and nods, and just kind of turns on her heel and starts walking away, not really caring whether or not you guys are following. At the same time, Arn kind of pats his griffin, and he walks back over towards his little camp that he made and just starts packing up. Anything you guys want to do?
So
No.
they're just dispersing now?
Yeah, seems like.
So far as we are aware, we solved the feud.
As far as you're aware, they seem to be taking it to heart, this concept of making it a challenge for them to kind of forgive and forget in order to, not in order to, but for the benefit of their people as a whole. And they're definitely going to try. Their intention being, even if it doesn't work, worst that happens is it just kicks the feud further down the line, which was Mace's original suggestion anyway, so it's not like they lose anything.
Yeah.
So yeah, as it currently stands, they're going with that suggestion.
Good.
I mean, it's early enough in the day. I'd say we start making the trek back to the 10 towns now that we got this done.
Okay, so actually at this point it's not necessarily early in the day. You got here at about 1 p.m. I'm going to say that this whole summit probably took like 2 to 3 hours, so it's about 4. At this point you can choose to head back to the 10 towns, that's fine. I would say though it probably makes the most sense to choose one of the Goliath settlements to return to. Actually, it probably makes more sense to go to Wyrmdoom because there's really no path to Skytower. He'll be flying over the mountains with his griffin. And then go back the next morning. I mean, you can travel at night if you wish. It's just it will most likely be more dangerous.
I mean,
It's something Kara would know. It's the only reason I throw it out. so
good
freely.
night's rest is good night's rest.
Yeah.
If they would take us over at Wyrmdoom, we go to Wyrmdoom, and then next morning we go start making our way back to the 10 towns. Anyone else have anything else to add to that?
No, seems good to me.
Oh, I think it should be fine.
Rick,
Yes, sir.
I was wondering because I just remembered
Yep.
that I do have the Find Steed spell, right?
Okay.
While it does specify a few shapes, it does say that upon your discretion, I can ask for something different. I was wondering if you'd allow me to have a giant bat as a mount.
I don't see any reason why not. The only thing I would want to look at is, what the limits on the spell are versus what that bat has
Opposite.
available. I will absolutely say, at the end of the day, in terms of flavor, you will absolutely get a giant bat. That's fine. It's just a matter of if a giant bat has available abilities that I think is too much for what the Find Steed spell might be intending,
Sure.
we'll just remove those. But in terms of flavor, absolutely, totally should be fine. I can't imagine any reason for it not to be.
Mhm.
Intelligent, strong, and loyal steed, creating a long-lasting bond with it. Okay, so I'd say the only thing it looks like, it seems to me like since it doesn't mention any sort of CR or anything, it should be fine. The summon steed though, can a steed attack? It doesn't say anything to that effect, right? It looks like it's just a mount.
In technicality, yes, because it is a sentient, smart creature, but it's kind of hard to like make that happen in the first place. I think.
Yeah, well, it's just more than anything, it's more like I'm just not seeing in here any definition that the steed can really take actions versus just being a mount.
Well,
it tells you what you can do on your steed, right? But it doesn't really say much about what the steed can do.
yeah. At the same time, though, it would be a little weird for it to like specify stats for it with it not being able to do something.
I feel
Either way, I'm
I
not
feel-
looking for it to do
I feel
anything
the opposite
really.
only in the sense that what it's kind of doing here is like it almost doesn't matter what you summon, right? Because the whole point is that the steed itself is supposed to just give you the same effect regardless. Like here's my example. It says you can summon a camel or a mastiff, right? Those are two
Yeah.
very different things, right?
Oh,
A
yeah.
camel is going to give you certain advantages that a mastiff isn't, but it doesn't say anything in here about them being different. So I would assume that it's just, especially considering it says, though it is a celestial fey or fiend instead of a normal type of creature, that it's more like a spirit taking on that form, right? So
Yeah,
it feels
yeah,
to me
for
more
sure.
like it's just kind of
It's
does
like
the
any
things that the
really
spell
summoning
says.
spell.
Yeah, so it feels to me more like it should just do the things the spell says and nothing more. It serves you as a mount both in combat and out.
I know that
you
you
have the
can, like, for
bond,
example,
but-
with a warhorse, you can do the like hoof attack.
Okay. So, I mean, in terms of if you want to look up like a stat block for a giant bat and just know what its
Oh, I
basic
mean,
attack
I
is,
can
then we can
pull it
go
up
with that.
real quick.
The bigger caveat I think more than anything is it doesn't mention flying creatures. So I'm gonna say you would probably just have to treat this as if it was like a ground steed. Like it will fly, above the ground. It will hover above the ground, but it will still just fly 5 feet above the ground. And I don't think that I would necessarily let you like gain height
Hmm.
because everything that it mentions is like like a four-legged creature that stays on the ground, right? I don't. If it said something to the effect of like the creature can have a fly speed, then I'd kind of be okay with it. But I just
I mean,
don't
it does
know
say it
that
has the statistics of the chosen form. I don't know whether that includes abilities and
Yeah, but I would
movements and all
I
that.
would also argue that if you were to look up the term steed, most people would not agree that bat fits that.
Well, just for the sake of argument, I know that there are giant bats being used by mounts by various races in just regular D&D.
Yeah, but my problem is the definition of steed is literally a horse used or trained for riding.
I mean, by that definition, a mastiff definitely doesn't count.
Sometimes used figuratively or something such as a bicycle or automobile being likened to a horse. So regardless of the definition, my intention, or not my intention, but the spell's intention seems to just be you are creating something that works as a horse is kind of what I'm going at, is all I mean. That just seems to be what the
Steampunk
spell is to
motorcycle.
me. Yeah, but a motorcycle doesn't fly. That's all I'm saying. It seems to just be the spell works as like something that you can use, as a riding creature, but not more so than any other, horse that you could buy.
So is it the fly speed that's the issue?
Yeah, so I'd be totally fine with giving you the same, its movement speed on ground. I mean, like horses could, if you summoned a horse, it would move up to 50 feet per turn, and that's totally fine. It's just the flight speed. I think I would not allow. You would just have to kind of operate on ground level.
Okay, and if it was a warhorse, do we get, like, for example, the hoof attack?
Yes, and even if it's a bat, I would still let the bat have like a bite attack or something that is
Does
akin
it even
to a
have
hoof
bite
attack.
attack?
I just more mean like it wouldn't necessarily be able to have like 2 claw attacks and a bite attack per turn. It would just have the equivalent of a hoof attack.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I'm just trying to create parity is all.
All right, in that case, I think instead of a bat, why not be a little more thematic? I'll do a warhorse skeleton.
Very cool. Alrighty then. In that case, yeah. So then you'd be able to do the hoof attack, and you would get your. Is it 50 or 60 feet?
It's 60.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Mhm.
I do think as far as I'm aware, all the rules for mounted would still apply, right? So like, it takes half your movement to get on or off.
Yeah, yeah.
You can be knocked off, I think, and be knocked prone. But I think that's basically it. Those are like the two rules that really only are regarded or related to mounting or mounted. I'll have to research it again, but yeah, no, it's no problem one way or another.
Yeah, sure.
Regardless, so you guys head back to the Wyrmdoom Crag. Claw summons up, or Mace, I should say, summons up like this skeletal steed on the way and gives his position on the dog sleds to Ogilai, and you guys make it back without too much issue. Is there anything you guys want to do at the Crag before the long rest, or you just kind of want to rest and head back to the 10 towns?
Unless anybody has anything in specific, I'm just continue on our way.
Yeah, I don't have
No,
anything.
no, I think we're good.
Alrighty.
I'm good.
So you guys would wake up at about 5 a.m. This is day 27 now, I believe. Yep. And you know, some of the Goliaths would definitely be kicking about this early. They'd be starting to make food. They'd be, just doing daily chores, cleaning up the caves, things like that. Would you guys want to stop for breakfast, do you think? Because it'd probably take another hour or two for things to be ready.
I don't eat, so.
I
I'm
don't
always
eat.
down. I'm always down for some breakfast.
Alrighty. They're making waffles.
Fuck yeah, we're staying for waffles. What the fuck you talking about?
Fish waffles.
So we'll say you guys you stay for breakfast. We'll say that you leave once the sun is at least high enough that it's again, you can't really see it past the clouds, but it's casting a decent enough light through them that you can see your path pretty easily. We'll call it like 8 a.m. or so. 8 a.m. leave Wyrmdoom. Beautiful. So with that, you start your head back to the 10 towns. Someone has measured it for me, it looks like. So we're just going to get you to East Haven first. I think that makes the most sense. So that looks about 60 feet, and I believe if we do the measurement on the track, it is about 30 feet for 20 miles. So it will be about 40 miles back. Each mile is an hour of travel. So after how many hours do you want to stop to rest?
20 miles.
What do we get? 5 miles an hour on the sled dogs, or was
no,
that what we were
1 mile an hour on the sled dogs. So it's going to take you 40 hours to get back to East Haven. So just figure out, where along there do you want to rest?
6 hours travel, 1 hour rest. 6 hours travel, 1 hour rest. That type of deal, or we want to do?
Eventually, you will have to long rest, or you'll get exhausted before you pass the 24-hour mark. But you can definitely do short rests in there to try and extend the amount of time before that becomes an issue.
I'd say whatever is the most efficient way to travel. However, you want to break up the hourage of that.
It's up to you guys.
Yeah, I mean, the 6 hours idea sounds fine. That way, by the third round, I suppose, we can call a long rest. Let the dogs, rest for a bit, and at that point, I think it should. I mean, that's only going to be 18 miles, really.
Yeah. So here's the thing. If you do 6 hours of travel and then you do a short rest is what, 1 hour?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That's 7 hours, and you do another 6 hours. That's 13 hours, which puts you at 11 p.m. So you can continue to travel through the night at that point, or you could choose you could at 11 p.m. you could choose to short rest, you could choose the long rest, or you could choose to continue. If you do choose another, 6
Right.
6 hours of travel, then you're traveling through the night. Is all. I just want to point that out to you.
I guess 12 hours of travel would work for me. We don't want to overtire the sled dogs.
No. 12 hours is fine. I mean, we'll take a few days to arrive to the 10 towns again, but I think it's fine.
Okay. So then we'll long rest at that point. That puts you at 7 a.m. day 28. You have traveled for 12 hours of the 40. So you guys still have another, 28 to go? So
Roughly.
You want to do another 6, then a short rest, then 6, then a long rest, or you want
If
to try and
that
push
pattern
anything?
holds, yeah.
You can hold the pattern. You can try and push further. You could try and do less. It's your call. I'm just trying to give you the option, give you the chance.
If it's working, I say keep doing it. Whatever's going to get us there without killing us.
Alrighty. Everyone else agrees with your navigator.
Yep.
Yeah.
So yeah, you guys get to East Haven at about 8 p.m. on day 29. So you roll in. It's late enough at night that people are done with work for the day, but they are still very much active. A lot of people are headed towards the bar, which is a bar that you guys know pretty well. Let me get you guys to East Haven at a minimum. Once you roll into town. Let me get rid of a whole bunch. Well, actually, the X's kind of makes some sense still. Once you guys roll into town, you would see that a lot of the buildings that were under construction when you left have definitely progressed in their construction, but for the most part, none of the areas that are X'd out are still very usable.
I mean, realistically, it's been what, 2 weeks?
Not
at
even.
most?
Yeah, not even. It's been maybe close to a 10-day since you guys left.
I'm still thinking in standard time, not D&D time. So yeah, it's been like 15 days at most.
Yeah, no, actually, like I said, I think just about a 10-day. But regardless, yeah, it's not like anything is done. But I just mean you would definitely see progress, which it's definitely good to see. It's something that the people of the town as well would seem like they're very happy. It's as much as the plight that occurred kind of had everyone down. The fact that it has been solved, they're heroes, and everything is starting to get better, has people pretty joyful in general. When you arrive, people, they see you and they start, hailing you as heroes, and they're, oh, the adventurers are back, yay, oh my gosh. And some people come out and ask if they can take care of the dogs, and ask if you need any help getting to the inn or anything like that. But for the most part, I'm going to assume that you guys just kind of make your way over to the direction of the inn for, a night's rest, something to that effect.
Sounds like a plan.
Okay.
Is the Virtuoso and gang still there, or have they moved on at this point?
Yeah, hold on a sec. So when you get to the inn, you would find that the Virtuoso
My God.
is in fact. Oh, sorry, I gotta. Yeah, I didn't know which place you guys were
Okay.
gonna end up. That's all.
I was
so
like,
I didn't
Is it a
pre-prep.
ghost?
No, I just didn't pre-prep because I didn't know where you guys were gonna end up. You would find that the Virtuoso and his friend Dimple are indeed here. If I can find their portraits again. They're at the bar, is all I was going to essentially get to. They don't seem to actually have played a set tonight, and most people that are in the bar are kind of looking over in their direction and talking about them, but there's no real commotion besetting them currently. Once you enter, one of them would recognize you, most likely the tiefling, and he would wave at you as you come in. Very happy to see you. Anyone else want to join Kara at the bar?
Oh, I ain't going the fuck back over there.
Okay, that's fair.
Drinks at the bar? Yes.
Leif is in.
Yes.
Okay.
All right, so we'll start with the barrel for my friend and a cup of the strong stuff for me.
The bartender would most certainly get right on that. He knows that you guys are heroes just like everyone else. He puts a fairly large cask in front of Leif. Not a full barrel per se, but it is definitely something he has to pick up with 2 hands to start drinking. And he slides a relatively well-conditioned goblet in front of you, Kara. It seems to be made of some sort of like copper or something to that effect. It's that color, and it's pretty heavy and filled with something that smells like a sweet mead of some sort.
Kara, in the presence of Leif, shotguns the first one.
As you do so, you would actually find that you regret that a little because the mead itself tastes like it's probably pretty high quality and might be something that...
She's going to have another one.
Oh, absolutely, but it's more like you know what happened to good mead, and this is the sort of stuff that probably is not in production right now and is very hard to find. So it's less about being able to shoot it and more like, oh shit.
I got guilty for shooting it.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, fuck, this is the good stuff. I probably should have sipped that. But regardless, it was still a good shot. You still enjoyed it. It was just, you kind of regretted it a little. Especially being, especially being Norse in nature. They know their mead. Regardless, you get your glass refilled pretty quick. And, of course, Dimple and the Virtuoso are very happy to see you. And you would be asked pretty readily, welcome back, my
Carol.
winged maiden. How was
Carol.
your journey?
Kara would look at him and just go, "Really?
Really? What, my dear?
You're among friends. You don't need to keep the act."
He just kind of generally gestures to the bar. There's still plenty of people in general around.
Fuck. Fine. We may have ended the feud. We're moving on to the next group of people that may potentially aid us in the fight against Oral. Your
That sounds
friends-
quite interesting. And who exactly would that be?
Kara will pull out the map and just point to the location that she deciphered for him.
He nods once or twice.
I see. That is a terrible idea.
Yeah, well, it's our terrible idea. We're gonna go with it.
I mean, he's saying this out loud, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
So I guess I'll ask him. So why exactly is it a terrible idea? I mean, we've heard the rumors, but you're the ones that supposedly know them personally.
He looks at Mace, looks back at you, Kara.
And how much does he know?
That you traveled with the head of Clan Ruslan, and that you're kind of our go-to to getting into the village.
So nothing then. I will refrain from comment.
The virtuoso
Kara's-
just looks over. I'm not exactly sure what's happening anymore.
So much for an inn.
I mean, one way or another, if what you said about him is even half true, the second he sees you, he'll probably ramble on about what happened in the first place.
He thinks for a second and says,
Even if that were the case, there are things even they do not know.
Yeah, well, I guess we'll find out when we get there. Are you coming or are you staying?
I am most certainly glad to continue on that journey. However, I do believe that morning leaving is better than night.
Kara,
If
looking at
needed,
her-
I have more than enough space in my bed once again.
and he winks at you.
sips her drink into the distance. Mallow, you making another bed for it?
Of course. And I go upstairs and proceed to
Sounds
make
like
another bed
someone's getting a companion.
It looks to Mallow. Can I help?
for it. Of course. And I cast minor illusion right next to his ear. Go fuck yourself, pansy prick.
all you know is that a middle finger is up in the air. Actually, here's the better part. It's not actually something that you see. You just sense that there is a middle finger inches from your face right now. You can't see it, but you know it is there.
Bet. I in the general direction of it, I just lick it and I just go fuck yourself.
You actually, your tongue comes into contact with something.
Bet.
I need you to do me a charisma saving
Oh
throw.
god, it's his dick.
Okay, so as your tongue touches this thing, you actually freak the fuck out because you were not actually expecting to come into contact with something, and you, as much as you very much tried to be, not necessarily intimidating, but tried to get him back, it does not come together very well. You're kind of too surprised by this sudden thing that is in front of you that you cannot see, but you've apparently licked, and now you're afraid that there's a ghost penis there, and you've
Ghost
suddenly turned
penis.
ghost gay.
I'm only gay for the undead.
But yeah, that's
In
kind
any
of
He
enough.
needs
case-
to put the romance in necromance.
In any case, Sir Dimple, we'll be leaving in the morning.
Sounds good to me.
I guess I'm coming along too then. That's kind of cool, I guess. And Dimple just looks over at the virtuoso with like this look of like incredulous exasperation. Just
Why would you not be coming along, you fool?
Well, why?
I don't know, just I kind of like it here in the 10 Towns.
I mean, it's a lot nicer since, they put out the fires and...
But those were always burning since the world was turning.
But we didn't start the fire, so is it really our problem?
Make a good
Just
point.
nods. He's like, she gets it. She knows what's up. Regardless, it is as the night progresses. You guys are drinking, you get some food, but Dimple and the virtuoso, after a certain point, do basically say to you guys,
Well, if we are going to be leaving in the morning, I wish to get my beauty rest. You never know what these icy wastes can put in your path when you least expect it.
and he
A
just kind
dragon with an undead rider on top.
Sounds kind of bullshit, but would not be past these lands, I'd bet.
And he just kind of stands, puts his empty mug at the other end of the bar, puts a couple coins down, and wishes the bartender good night, taps the virtuoso on the shoulder, and points upstairs, and just heads towards the stairs. And he will start, making his way that way with the virtuoso, and they'll just ascend until they are no longer in view.
Okay, so I'm at least taking 2 of the bedposts to string up a hammock, Mallow. I don't care about the rest of them.
Okay.
She said she was gonna help you build a bed fort. She's gonna help you build a bed fort.
Well, we build the most exquisite bed fort, and then I cast minor illusion to have like a grand entranceway.
Do you wanna build a bed fort?
Damn straight. Fucking Kara's collapsed in her hammock that overhangs the entrance, and her wings are technically the door to it now.
Bet. It's gonna be perfect.
Yeah, well, Kara's out cold, and I guess Mallow is at this point. What's everybody else doing?
Yeah, I guess I'm gonna drink my my half barrel and go to bed too.
So you guys would start to ascend the stairs, and for the most part, things are quieting down. There's not too many people left in this in the bar at this point. However, right as you guys get to the foot of the stairs, you would definitely hear as something weird's going on. Hold on a second. You definitely hear as the doors to the bar open, and there's just a small, couple steps. It sounds like a couple people coming in, and then before any of you have a semblance of an idea what's happening, there seems to be a flurry of footsteps rushing across the floor. And Kara, I'm going to need you to do me either an athletics or an acrobatics check. Your call.
Athletics or acrobatics?
Yeah, your call.
Okie dokie. So I'll do the acrobatics check. Let's see how that goes.
Perfection.
Nat 20.
Yeah, okay, so I don't even have to roll this. That's fantastic. So, Kara, you, with your fantastic perception, would notice at the point when they're probably around this point of the table, 2 females are booking it straight towards you. About 5 feet away, both of them leap into the air, arms outstretched, and you take and sidestep, and they both end up falling directly next to the bar in a massive heap on top of one another. However, almost immediately, they scamper to their feet. The one that is closer to you tries again, and she jumps and wraps her arms around your neck, simply sobbing, "Kara! Oh, Kara, we finally found you!"
I'm very confused.
That's fine. That's fine. It's okay to be confused, sweet sister. We've been looking for you for so long, and we know that you don't have your memories, but we're here now. We're here to help." And the other one slowly walks up, and she puts a hand, puts a hand on her sister's shoulder, and she just tries to kind of calm her down a little as she stares over at you, and she gives you a once-over and simply says, "Well, it's good to see you're well, Kara."
Hi.
Well, ladies, I'm gonna ask you to unhand the woman.
Unhand her? But we are doing nothing more than greeting our sister. Might I ask who you are?
That's Mace. He's a companion. He's been helping me
A
try
chosen one! My apologies.
Sorry, what now?
More like circumstantial, but
That is never the case with a Valkyrie, good sir. You may not know it, but I am sure that her instincts are just as good as they always were.
okay, now I'm the one that's confused. Who are these people?
It should be fairly obvious. She may not remember, but we are her sisters. If what
Do
you're
they
asking,
look similar?
They most certainly do, and actually, let me do something quick. I did this before, and I thought it worked, but this is a different map from what I had set up, so let me do this right next to them.
I think the more important question to Mace would be, do they both have wings?
That's a great...
I mean,
it's
yeah,
a
that's
very
that
interesting
kind of goes
question.
hand in hand, doesn't it?
That's a very interesting question. We'll approach that in a second. So let me put this here.
Oh yeah, I see the family resemblance.
Yeah, right. Let me see if I can't get this to actually go to the correct... There we go. Aspect ratio.
She has engulfed the barkeep.
So, yeah, right. I'm just trying to make them bigger on a lower layer. And then the other one is the... God damn it, I'm on the wrong window every time. Is this...
Mace would be finishing, Leif would be finishing his drink like, shit, I'm seeing triple.
Yeah.
I know,
So,
right?
in so much, they definitely look similar. You would say that the facial structure among these women is probably almost identical to Kara. There's a couple differences in things like beauty marks or freckles. The hair is very different, though. You can tell that one of them is a brunette. She's got her hair kind of done up in these braids, but the braids themselves do remind you a lot of the kind of the way Kara does her hair in braids as well to keep it out of her face. The other woman has her hair down straight, and it is jet black, but very much so. Again, her face looks almost identical to Kara's. The difference being there's a beauty mark above one of her lips that Kara does not have. One of her lips above her upper lip, I should say, that Kara does not have.
Can I roll an insight check?
Absolutely. I mean, what are you trying to insight?
I mean, just how,
That one.
I guess just the general vibe of these people, whether they're like hiding intentions or have a different agenda or something.
Absolutely. Go for it.
I mean, there's also another option you could use as a paladin.
Zone of Truth them?
Zone of Truth. There it is. Yeah.
Yes,
Do it
there's
again.
that too, but
every person that you guys meet from now on is just gonna get fucking Zone of Truth.
you also have your divine sense.
This is true, but it didn't work with you, did it?
You never tried it on me.
I mean, I've tried Divine Sense in the past. I'm sure it would have picked you up.
Oh, then if
I'm
you
not
probably
sure
would
I
have.
ever paid attention to it enough on that, with that in mind. You'd have to remind me of what it can pick up.
Divine sense, the presence of
shit, not that.
strong evil on
Divine
your
smite
senses
instead.
is like a noxious odor.
Mace walks over and just slaps the shit out of one of these ladies with Divine Smite.
Yeah.
Doesn't even
and
use his
powerful
hammer, it's
good-
just the back of his hand.
And powerful good rings like heavenly music in your ears. As an action, you can open awareness to such a force.
Mhm.
Till the end of your next turn, you know the location of any celestial fiend or undead. You know the type of any of those beings that you sense, but not their exact identity.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he would have technically responded to you. I think you technically fall under the category of Celestial. I don't know. Yeah, I guess that would have been the only caveat. I don't remember him. When did we use this? This was a while ago. I definitely remember him using it, but I don't remember what we said at the time.
I use detect portal a lot and sense the creatures.
You used you used your version.
I remember
in the,
at
the
least,
Knoll
I don't know if it
cave,
was the
but
last time, but I remember using it when we were in the Knoll cave and we did the whole imp joke.
that I thought was Kara's, but yes, that is true. That happened. Regardless, I would say that in general, your divine sense probably does pick up Kara, and we'll just kind of retroactively say that's been the case because I don't know that it would have changed much.
Okay.
Other than letting you know that it is the case that she can be identified by it, right? But yeah.
So, I mean,
so-
I would pick them both up.
Yes, you would absolutely pick them both up.
Okay. So after doing that, I guess I would turn to Karen and say, well, as much as I hate to say it, they definitely read the same as you.
Of course we read the same as her. We are her sisters. It has taken us much effort to find more artifacts like hers, and although that we are not quite as attuned to them as she may be, we were at least able to come to this realm and attempt to help her.
Oh, well, I guess more for the fight against Oral is always a
No,
good
no,
thing.
we are taking you back. Kara, you are grievously wounded. You do not even have your memories. Let me ask you this. Those people that you surround yourself with, what are they?
She points to Mace, to Leif, to Mallow, to Pluzak.
He's,
Miscreant.
Sir Mallow snoring.
he's a turtle that's a half ogre. He's a warforged, and Mallow's Mallow. We don't quite know what he is.
San, she has no memory of it. Not even the slightest. This is terrifying.
And the other one's just the brunette is the one that said that, and the other one says,
Yes, which is why, of course, we were sent to rescue her, so that we may help her heal. Come, Kara, it is time for us to leave.
I need a little bit more context than that.
Kara, you do not even remember the term Einherjar. You are broken. We must bring you back to our realm and fix you. Do not worry about your chosen ones. They can be collected at any time. The fact that Rhoda and I are here now mean that we will gather them for you as any Valkyrie would, and you will be able to try again later.
I have a job to do. I don't just walk away from things.
Exactly. You have a job to do, and we are going to make sure that you are most able to do it. That is why we are here.
I still don't understand why you're even here.
Mother sent us to regather you, so we can bring you back to your home realm to make sure that your mind is put back together correctly, so that you may once more approach your goal whole, so that you may actually achieve it.
What do you mean by whole?
I mean with restored memory. You can't tell me that you believe your powers, that everything that you are, is not something more than what you currently exist as. I am sure that your body is yearning to return to what it once was.
I was under the assumption I gave up a lot of that to come down here.
You gave up much of your Empyrean nature, much as we have. But it does not mean that you had to give up your memory. That was something else entirely. Both of us, we have our memories intact.
Why don't you fill me in then? What am I missing?
You are missing everything. You were sent here in order to gather Anheriar, so that you may at one point gather enough of an army to challenge a god. The fact that you only have this pittance around you really speaks for the fact that you don't remember your true goals.
I've been gathering people to do that. There's just been some stuff happening here.
I see, what, 3.5?
Well, that's not fair to Bizak. He's not sure what he's doing yet.
Exactly. You have not even been able to secure a full number who are true to your cause. Kara, you are broken. You are just a shade of your former self. This is not the way you would have chosen Einherjar in the past.
How would I have done so previously?
The people you choose, Kara, are the best of the best. You see qualities and aspects that no one else ever does. The warriors you choose, none of us were ever able to understand, and yet they always stand head and shoulders above everyone else when it comes to time to battle. These people, though, they seem like failures.
I don't think I've ever seen Leif or Mace lose a fight.
It matters little when one of them seems to not know how to seek his own goals, and the other one seems to not know what he actually believes in.
Maze will take a few steps to sort of be next to Kara and say, not to butt in, but to butt in. I might not have the full scope of what you're talking about, but it sounds to me like our mutual acquaintance has conflicted interests. So until she willingly consents to go with you, I'm going to ask you to back off.
And you, boy, I am going to ask to back off before I put you through that wall. And she points behind you. She is our sister. You are nothing but a stranger.
I'm gonna get up at that point and look at them. I'm assuming they're at like the front of the room, am I at like the back of it?
I'm assuming that it depends on where you were sitting. You said you didn't want to go near Dimple or the Virtuoso, so it's just wherever you're coming from, having been away from them.
I figured they were
They were at the bar. They were there. So.
Oh, I thought Kara came upstairs and slept.
Kara was going to go upstairs, and she was stopped by these people.
Okay. Would I've heard all of this then? Still?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably would have been going upstairs and would have like turned around to see what the commotion was. So yeah, I'd say I'm assuming you might be up the stairs from them, but you probably would be standing there listening.
She is your sister, but she is our friend, and we don't know you, so you have to understand we are.
And I don't know you, any of you. All I know is I am here to save my sister, and I am going to do just that.
Kara, do you want to go with these people?
Kara, we implore you. All we want is for you
Stop.
to come home.
I'm talking to her.
To see
Kara,
Mother,
do you
so
want
that
to
she
go
may
with
fix
these people?
your problems, and you can come back full strength to achieve the goals that you set out. We may even be able to assist you now that we have forms like you.
Kara's just kind of looking between everything, kind of overwhelmed for once.
Reasonably.
And she's just... I need a moment alone, if you don't mind.
That is most certainly fine, my dear. But if you need anything, please do tell either of us. We have been worried sick about you.
And Kara's
You would actually notice the redhead, or not the redhead, you are the redhead, the brunette, she, as you kind of walk away, she does kind of follow you. Her hand is outstretched, like she's, anyone who's there still and looking at her face would very much see what looks to be pretty severe amount of concern as Kara leaves. The fact that she's kind of walking away from them again seems to burden this one in particular.
I wanna use minor illusion to just pop like a stone wall in the direction that she's walking, and just look at her and say, She said she needed a moment alone. If you are family, then you will respect her.
I am not exactly sure where you think that my action of wishing her not to leave my sight is the same thing as stopping her. Because I
All
don't
I
see
saw was
myself
somebody
stopping her.
grabbing at her.
You, good sir, have horrible eyes, and honestly it proves more than anything that our sister is broken beyond who she used to be, because a warrior like you would never have been chosen. By any of us.
I just sit down in a chair and grab a drink.
That's what I thought, you pathetic little excuse of a man.
I cast silence in a 20-foot circle
Around you or around her?
around them.
Okay. As soon as you do, both of them just simply walk over to the other side of the room, almost as if they know exactly where the spell was. And at this point, I will remove the extra portraits, just probably not necessary.
And for those who are curious, I'm thinking right now, so feel free to do things without me. I have stuff to consider.
Yep,
Hold on one
That's
second.
what I figured. I'm throwing a lot at you.
Can I
So,
put...
to those who remain in the bar, you would definitely see that the sisters are kind of keeping a pretty... one of them is watching you, the black-haired one, like all of you collectively, and then the other one is watching towards where Kara went, and occasionally kind of looking back in your direction, glaring at all of you, and then looking back at where Kara went.
I will whisper to Leif and just say, if these two just arrived, then they might be in the same condition we found Kara in, which I think we should be able to overwhelm them if necessary.
Your assumptions are all incorrect, and I wouldn't bother acting on them.
Anyone ever talk to you about privacy?
Anyone ever talk to you about having respect?
You've yet to earn mine.
And you have yet to prove that you are worthy of it. So it seems we are all in the same boat.
Great, so we understand each other.
All I understand is, the day that you are all brought to Valhalla is the day that you learn how pathetic you all truly are.
Yes, well, I plan on that day being a long way away.
Oh, I hope for it, because it means I don't have to see your face around until then.
The feeling is mutual.
The black-haired one just like sticks her tongue out at you and then turns away, but also then looks back at you, the group again, and continues to scrutinize you all. I should note she's been the one who's mostly been talking to you guys as well. The other one is very much
The redhead
like,
is just too
the
preoccupied.
brunette. Yeah, the brunette's more like looking after Kara's direction, and she does look back every once in a while, but she seems more concerned about Kara.
Well, at first, I'll be honest. Her Valkyrie story did seem outlandish. This is unsettling, to say the least.
What is honestly unsettling is the way that she actually has her wings now. That was unexpected.
You guys don't have wings?
As you ask that, both of them actually suddenly spawn wings. However, they're kind of the celestial variety that Kara had when you guys first met her. And as they do that, and then eventually kind of put them away, the black-haired one says to you,
We are used to having them as actual physical things, how she does. But for some reason, these forms, that is not the case. Or I guess it doesn't start out the case. I mean, she didn't do anything, did she, to gain them? She didn't, graft them onto her?
You're asking us. You're supposed to be the experts on all material plane matters, right?
We are not experts on the body that she has been given. She was the first of us to acquire it. Just because we now follow suit does not mean that we know more than her. She is our senior in it. And you, as her chosen warriors, I assume have been by her side throughout most of it, if not all.
So you came here blindly.
We came here to assist her, to bring her back to our realm so that she may recover her mind. You may have to forgive us for rushing in that matter to try and make sure that we achieved the goal before, I don't know, she died where we were unable to find her.
I would
As much
forgive
as
you,
her
but
body
I haven't
does-
heard an apology.
An apology? For what? Talking about you as you actually are?
I truly don't view us. But the way I was raised, if you want respect, you give respect.
Boy, we are Valkyries. We deal with the strongest of warriors day in and day out. Respect is not something given by us, it is earned. And
Oh
currently,
god, I wish my
I
dad
do-
was here.
and currently,
You
I do
really
not believe you have earned it. If you
It's
wish
fine.
to earn my respect, then it is simple. Go outside and tell her to come with us. Tell her to recover her mind so that she may come back in the future and better assist you all in conquering Arl.
And do your job for you? I don't think so.
Then why would I want to respect someone who does not have the best of my sister in the best for my sister in their heart?
Oh, your respect is not something I see. However, as far as your sister goes, if she really is your sister, her interests are her own, and whatever she decides they are, I will support her.
The raven-haired sister grins and says, "Good. That is exactly what I hoped to hear."
So, seeing as we're talking frankly, how long have you two been this place?
We have been here, and they kind of the raven-haired one looks at the brunette, and they both kind of start like whispering to each other. And one says, then the raven-haired one turns back to you and says, "I believe almost close to a 10-day, little less than 7, 8 days, somewhere around there. Not quite as long as Kara for sure, but long enough to
But
at
Kara's
least
been
know
here
the
for
differences in this
what?
world and ours." You would know Kara has been around since at least a couple weeks before you met her, and you
Yeah,
have
like almost a month, right?
yes, and you guys have been together with her for 29 days now. So Kara's been here for, we'll say, 2 months. Probably makes rough sense. And these people are saying they've only been here for about a week or 10 day.
You've certainly gathered out of this quickly. If it is really the case, I assume you had help from the masked hatted man.
Masked hatted man? No, we were sent here by Freya, and we have simply been seeking the tales that we believed befitting of Kara's actions. We sought someone who was helping people, surrounded by a group of elite warriors, and able to take out monsters and tasks that most others are unable to. It's quite easy to find the presence of a Valkyrie.
Why did it take you so long to get here?
To get to her, because we were following your trail. We have been everywhere that you have been. It is actually
Oh,
quite
no.
heartening to hear of the things that she has done, even without her memory. To know that,
I
at the end of the
meant
day,
to
her heart
this
is still the
plane.
same. What was that you said, Cole?
I meant to this plane.
Oh, how long did it
To
take
be
them?
here. No, why did it take him so long to get here to this plane?
We
She's
came,
been lost for a while.
we
She
only
could have used your help before.
Yes, we came as soon as we were aware of the fragmentation of her memory. It was not something that any of the gods of our plane were aware of until she told us. Or was it you? I'm not sure. They actually mentioned that they had spoken to another in this realm.
Wrong number.
You did speak to their gods, to her gods.
I know.
Okay, I'm just trying to make sure that
I'm
was.
pretending I don't know anything about it.
That's fine. That's fine. In that case, that's what they'll believe you to be saying. But I just wanted to make sure that you knew what I was talking about.
Yeah.
All right. So at this
Um,
point, Kara, I think I'm going to ask that you might need to start making your choice because I don't want us to go too late.
Okay.
So see
Yeah, I
what
gotta
you
get dogs here soon.
see what you come up with.
She'll come back and just look directly at these two. How long would I be gone for?
I wish that I could honestly tell you, but it depends wholeheartedly upon what the treatment Mother finds is. Once you come back to our realm, which should take no longer than a day or two, she will be able to diagnose you and be able to tell you herself. But honestly, considering these forms are honestly quite majestic, if there is some way for her magic to cure your mind like these bodies, then it should take no longer than I would believe another day or two beyond that.
And if it doesn't,
Then it would take however long it takes, and if too much time passes, and your chosen champions are to fall, then us two here will remain here in order to take them to Valhalla, so that one day you may utilize them in your war against Arl, just as they were intended.
God damn it. That was not in character.
I thought it was for a second, because I was going to be like, now I was like, fuck! Left one person and now another person wants me.
Well,
Fuck you,
there's that, and
bitches.
he's also losing his prize, so...
That's kind of true.
Out of character to
Mhm.
DM.
Sure.
Do I have any ability to contact my father.
Do you want to have the ability to contact your father?
Not that
I'm
you're
just
aware of.
saying- Okay, because, friend leaving, he might not be the best guy, but he might be able to at least fucking murder some Valkyries for us or something.
The enemy of my enemy.
Yeah.
Jesus. I mean,
Is my
I
dad.
will tell you that
Yeah.
in terms of like how Mallow probably thinks, that's probably pretty in line. So definitely no slight on that. But yeah, Mallow does not know of any way to contact his father outside of the traditional hex method, which is, in terms of your father, leave a coin purse in a window on the second floor with a note of the person that you want to die in it, and if he happens to be in the area and enough people ask for that person to die and pay enough money altogether, then they will die.
God damn it.
There's also the
Good
matter
luck.
of if it finds
There's-
out there are more of Kara.
There's a reason he calls himself the Hex. He follows through with it, man. The theatrics on this dude are off the fucking charts.
Kara will look to the.
It's not about the money, it's about sending a message.
Exactly, Claw. You understand.
Kara will look to her companions and go, if what they're saying is true, then I'm not using my fullest potential here. Should I get it back, or do you think we're good as we are?
I think that this is the decision that you must make. This is somebody calling themselves your family.
Here's
Not
what I
calling ourselves. We are her sisters. Look at us.
We're talking. The adults are speaking. Just chill.
Okay, maybe we won't collect that one.
Kara, this is your
I'm
decision,
sure someone.
and I will respect you for whatever decision you make.
You've already asked us to stand for one another. That includes you as well. Now, I understand you're looking for guidance in this moment, and the fact is, I don't know these people. I don't know what the implications of what they're saying are, but I know you, and as long as I've known you, you've wanted to connect more to your origins, to know them so that you could outgrow them. That's the sense I've gotten. So I'll say this is your chance to do so. With that said, however, I think you should know that regardless of your decision, you are doing more than enough now.
If I were to leave, I just feel like I'm leaving something half finished.
You need not worry about that, sister. You will be coming back to finish.
It was the brunette that said that, just to clarify.
Kara will just look to Lave. You've always been honest. What do you think?
I think you're more than enough help now. I can't imagine you at a stronger state. Shit, you almost took me down in the sparring. If that is your family, though, they do have a way to make you whole again. I would not want to stand in the way of what you need.
Well, Kara's kind of welling up a little bit that everyone thinks so highly of her. Because she's kind of felt like in the past that she's kind of just been imposing on all of them. And she'll put that emotion aside for a moment and look to the two sisters and just, if I go, one of you needs to stay.
We will both be staying. We will escort you to the location where we can have Heimdall pick you up, and then we will both be staying in this realm, so that if it takes too long and your chosen fall, we can bring them to Valhalla. So of course we'll stay.
That's not what I meant, and you know it.
I do not know it. What is it that you ask of us?
One of you needs to stay with them to help while I'm not here.
That is fine, but help with what?
The mission.
The mission is yours, dear sister, and we wish not to intrude. It is our mission to get you back at home so that you may be healed, and you may return to finish your mission.
And I'm asking for one of you to stand in my place in my absence so it is not left unattended to.
That is fine, but we will make no strides to continue your goal. That is up to you to do.
That defeats the purpose of what I'm asking you.
If you're asking us to protect your Einherjar, that is totally within our purpose.
We'll make do.
Seems they do not even want us.
Kara will just look to Mace and just like, I just feel like I'm walking back on my own words. That's all.
You're not, because you're back.
Haven't we
You
all done
don't,
things during our time to
I'm
better
ripping you from
ourselves?
heaven all over again. And you know that's a promise.
Yeah, I know.
So whatever wizard you hold allegiance to, better be ready.
She thinks she's just a wizard. You're in for one funny dinner. Why would I even think it's a dinner? Kara will just shake her head and look to the other two. I'll give it a week, and then I'll come back.
Again, they're both, they both smile. They're ecstatic, and make sure I'm on the right layer. They jump at you and they try and hug you again, as both of
Kara's
them.
just both hands up, just like, look, I know you two know me, but I don't remember you. One step at a
They
time.
stop short. They respect that distance, and at that point they both just kind of nod, and the brunette simply says, "Well, if that's the case, I guess we'll reintroduce ourselves.
I'm
I
taking a
am.
to pee really quick. I'll be right back.
Yes,
Yep.
I'm your sister Rhoda, and this is your sister Sangrior, and we're gonna take you back to Mother Freya now. You do remember her, right?
Yes,
I would
from the
hope
few
so.
memories that I've had and conversations I've tried to have.
Yeah, she mentioned speaking with you, but it's just, we've been playing catch up. We're not exactly sure what it is that you know and don't. How about you fill us in as we walk?
Sure.
Okay. So with that, they would actually take and just start to lead Kara upstairs, and they would probably take a different room from you guys, but they will go upstairs.
As Kara is walking past Leif,
Mhm.
she will take her bag of holding and just hand it to him.
So yeah, you hand it to him on the way, and then they lead you
Now, put him
upstairs.
back a holding now.
And with that, you guys disappear. I think I put you on the wrong layer. Hold on a second. Yep, I most certainly did, and that sucks. 1, 2, 3. There we go. So yeah, with that, the three of them disappear upstairs. Anyone else want to go to bed?
I'll follow past them just to see where they go and if they leave.
Yep. Anyone else?
Yeah.
Okay, so all of you are pretty much gonna go upstairs. Mallow? Oh, that's right, he's gone too. So we'll say he's probably gonna go upstairs as well. All right. So you guys get about halfway up the stairs, and strangely enough, once again, the door bangs open. Do any of you care to turn and look?
Yeah.
Leif does. How about you, Mace? You continuing up?
I mean, I'll look. I probably won't necessarily stop, but I'll look.
So in through the door appears another woman. This one
God.
has shorter cropped red hair and looks eerily familiar to you all, in that it is, once again, an almost identical face to your companion Kara. She looks around, spots you guys on the stairs, about to go up, and very quickly calls out to you, "Has anyone come through that looks like me?"
Upstairs?
She completely just, ignores you all as she starts to just try and run by and elbow past you and get up the stairs. The innkeeper actually yells up. Strangely, he didn't seem to mention anything with the others, but he does yell up after her, "Hey, you gotta pay for a room!" But she seems to ignore him and just runs right on by all of you all and continues upstairs.
I'll follow her right along.
Okay. So you would see, once you crest the top of the stairs, this woman is running to every single door along the way, and she is just shoving them open. Whether the door is locked or not seems to not really be much resistance to her, and she intrudes upon quite a number of people who are completely unrelated to you all. And then she reaches the end of the hallway and shoves the last door open, looks inside, and then turns around, looks back at you, Mace, and simply says, "Were you lying, or are they already gone?"
They were just ahead of us.
"Well, they're not ahead of you now. Where did they go?"
Okay. As a gentle reminder, I am choosing kindness. I am not, however,
in a relationship with the kindness. There
She
is no
grabs
ring
her
around my
hair and
finger
just
in
turns her
regards
back
to
to
the
you and is
kindness.
immediately just like screaming into the void. And she's like, "No! I need to save Kara!"
Okay, I will grab her by each shoulder, and I will ask her, "What do you mean?"
So you're asking her from behind, or are you trying to turn her around?
No, I mean she's yelling at me, isn't she?
No. She grabbed her hair, turned her back to you because you were like giving her a sermon she didn't care about,
No,
and
yeah, I
she
mean
just
I'll turn it
shrieks
to
that
me
into the
and
void.
just kind of shake her.
Yeah. So as you turn her around, she like tries to slap your hands away, and basically says,
Well, you said you didn't want to help, so back the fuck off and let me try and save my damn sister.
Well, that's what the other two said. So
Of
why
course
should I
they did.
believe you?
They're fucking. Oh, god damn it.
she's actually seems to be besides herself. She's just thinking about other things. She doesn't actually seem to be paying too much attention to you at this point.
You said they did read the same as Kara, right?
Mhm.
So that means they're not infernals or anything. They must be celestials too. Okay. Who were they, and what did they want?
They were one of my stupid sisters who believes she's better than Kara and wants to take over her mission, and one of our gods, a trickster, who believes that, well, anything fun is worth doing.
Fantastic. We've gotten entangled in another god's schemes.
Well, the good news is, as long as he's on this plane and in one of these stupid mortal forms, he is at least reduced to our measure. The problem is, apparently they've gotten to her before me.
Well, I'll say using divine sense again.
Mhm.
Do I sense them at all nearby, or in this same relative
Yeah.
vicinity?
What's the distance on it? 60 feet of you. Nope. You no
Yeah.
longer sense them, but you do sense a presence from this woman in front of you. If it tells you what type it is once again celestial.
They are nowhere.
Well, of course not. They probably have some sort of bullshit magic. I have to fucking play catch up with Loki. This is not going to be a goddamn easy task.
Goddamn is right.
Who the fuck even are you? Why are you... I don't even know why I'm telling you all this.
And she just like tries to elbow past you and continue walking.
I'm going to block her path with my wing.
Oh, good. You have wings too. What the fuck is that going to do?
And she just like shrugs it off and tries to continue past again.
Listen, I don't know who you are. You don't know me anything. I don't know you anything either.
The name is Ear.
Right.
I am a sister of Kara, and I'm going to save her. If you know her and wish to assist me, then fall in line. Do you know her?
I do.
She stops, turns to look at you. She like reaches out and a finger touches your chest, and this kind of glow seems to shimmer across your body that you've never seen before.
Oh my god, you're an Einherjar. Oh, that's fantastic!
And she just grabs your hand and starts leading you off.
Is she strong?
Yes, very much so. Not necessarily
Okay.
so strong that you would think that you can't fight against her, but
No,
I would
but,
put it
like,
to the fact of saying,
Uncharacteristically
if-
for such a...
I would put it this way. You believe she contains a very similar strength to Kara.
Mm-hmm.
You would measure her to be pulling on you with a very similar force to any that you would have experienced from Kara in the past.
Okay, I'll let myself go with her, and as we're going down the stairs, I'll turn to Leif and say, I guess no rest for the wicked.
So this is the right sister?
Fucking
Who
love life,
knows?
man.
We're just me and my echo just staring at each other. All right.
Out of pure curiosity,
Mhm.
So it does say that I sense evil and good.
Da, 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 da.
Ooh, that's a conundrum.
I'm not reading that the same way as you. You're talking about the first line.
Yeah.
I think that that's just flavor text. I don't read that as it doesn't say anything about you sensing like the actual effect of what the move does starts with as an action. That's what describes to you what it can do. So if it was talking about like you can also detect the presence of any place or object that has been consecrated or desecrated, if it described it in terms like that, then I'd agree with you, but I think that front half, that first sentence is just flavor text.
Sure. I mean, if you want to register it that way, that's fine.
Because that I don't see that as I just don't see that as part of the move.
Yeah, I mean, it's your prerogative, man. I was
The
just
presence of
figuring.
strong evil registers on your senses like a noxious odor. Powerful good rings in your head. Like, that's the method by which you are sensing what it tells you you get to know next, is what I would say. That's just the
I would
physical effect
argue
of how
that
it
being a
registers.
fiend doesn't necessarily mean evil, nor celestial being good, but
I'd agree with that,
sure.
but, I mean, that's kind of the whole point of it, right? That's the point of it being flavor text, I should say. Is that it's just there to explain what it is you're trying to do, I would say, not necessarily so much the actual physical effect. That's the whole point of the as an action bit.
I mean, I'll acquiesce to whatever you decide on it. I just figured it was worth a shot.
Yeah. I mean, and to be fair, it's not like you're not getting the effect of the move. It's just the whole thing about good or evil. I don't think it actually tells you. I think it just tells you what they are.
Mm-hmm.
The consecrated thing is interesting, though.
They're not virgins anymore, so they're desecrated.
Well, it's not that. It's, I guess it's owed to you. Yeah, I mean, you would, I guess by that notion, would know almost any time that Kara was in an area, and then this same thing with this sister ear, it feels kind of like consecrated ground, the area around them.
They walk, and it turns it into consecrated ground.
And when they leave a space, it doesn't stay consecrated. It's just more like if you can sense something to that extent, then Kara and Ear very much would have had that sense around them. Like
Then
they,
to that extent, would I have noticed the same thing about the other two?
no,
Would
not
that not have piqued my
not-
interest?
let me think. What's the best way to put it? It wouldn't have been the same. You would have probably sensed something, but it's not the same. This girl feels like Kara. The other two looked and sensed that they were both celestial, but their atmosphere, the feel of them would have probably been
Dimmer?
a little different. Not even dimmer. Dimmer's the wrong term. Just funnier. Different. Honestly, until you met Ear, you probably wouldn't have even necessarily known that it's possible for any of these Valkyries to feel the same. To be
This is
fair.
fair.
But yeah, I will full on admit that you would have felt something more from them than just being celestial. It would have, and Kara very much has the same property. And then once you met Ear, you would have felt that same property that came from Kara from her, but would have acknowledged that the other two were different. I think that's the best way to break it down.
Damn it.
Regardless, that is where we are going to stop for tonight. With Ear trying to kind of lead you guys away and figure out. We will figure out what happens with that next time on Icewind Dale.
Hell yeah.
Nice.